Hello and welcome to the first official match of Custom Craziness 2. We're kicking things off today with an explosive 32 versus 1 match. That's right, if you didn't know, there are twice as many decks this time around as there were last time, and I think it's going to be really cool. Over in the 32 seed, we've got Druids and Sword in the Stone. This is a pretty control-oriented deck that can do some pretty nasty things if they get set up. They've also got some good engine capabilities. But they are the 32 seed, so they are a little lacking in burst, but I think they'll still be able to put up a good fight against our number 1 seed, Mortal Kombat and the Shadowed Isles. This is also more of a control deck than they've got burst capabilities at all, but they also dominate in phase 3 before bases score. Alright, to start off, we're using our low-risk base deck. We're going to flip a coin to see which deck goes first. Heads will mean that the deck on the left goes first. Tails will mean that the deck on the right goes first. So let's flip a coin. Oh, that's a bad flip. There we go. Tails. Looks like Mortal Kombat and Shadowed Isles are going first. Alright, let's get started. So, let's see. Not many good actions to play right now. I guess we got 1,000 cuts, and that's about it. Probably just use that to draw a card and then see what we get. Draw a card, and return to hand. Okay, we got uppercut. So I think we're just going to start by staging something, maybe an Eternal Dancers. Put it on Pandora, that'll be better burst than other things would be. Other option is you can play Discarded Doll on Flaming Airy. Something nice about this deck is that Discarded Doll's special can turn Fatality specifically into a way to get an extra minion play in phase 3. Good for stopping solos, not necessarily good for much else. The way that Discarded Doll works is that we need to choose it for anything that affects minions in the ore that gets turned into an and. So we can't get a fatality ability out of Discarded Doll, but we do get the +2 power, so it becomes basically a 3 power that gets played in phase 3. So Shinobi. So I'm thinking we'll play this on Flaming Airy to set up a destroy and extra minion play on another turn. So we'll draw an and/or card off top of our deck. Nope. 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 Another Discarded Doll. Perfectly fine. Alright, that was a minion in action, so we're going to draw 2. Ooh, second fatality already. Also scissors, needles, thread. Alright. What have these guys got? They've got an okay opening hand. I think we're just going to end up doing Ent, and that's what makes the world go round. Possibly on Pandora. I don't think we want Sir Ector, since that needs another character, power 5 or more. Yeah, I think we just want the card draw from that's what makes the world go round. Yeah, play Ent. Here we go. And just draw 2. Okay. And then we'll draw 2 per turn. Alright. K is a nice draw. Let's see, what are we doing over here? Probably just take it easy with an Eternal Dancers on Pandora. Hold on to uppercut. Let's see. What else? And 1,000 cuts, probably to draw another card. An action draw card isn't great, obviously. If we've got nothing better to play, then it's fine. Alright. Draw another card. Ooh, jumping kick. Okay. Inverse uppercut. Sort of. And then we'll play Eternal Dancers on Pandora. And draw 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. I feel like we might want to play Sir Ector somewhere this turn. We can use Archimedes, get a little bit of draw. It's tough. Put him on ice ground, maybe. Obviously, won't be able to use the talent, but it's okay. Getting Sir Bart is nice. Hopefully, we can hold that for some sort of chain. Yeah, I think we just need some draw right now. Okay. So we're going to play Archimedes on the Ent, and then use the talent, move it to Surrector, and now Surrector's got 5 more because the boost from Archimedes, so we can draw. Ooh, second Sir Bart, okay. Now it's main in action, so we'll draw. Return. Okay, the Marvelous Sword and Merlin the Wizard. Now all we need is the Druids Leader, and we can really get some stuff going. Start cooking with gas. Alright, what are these guys doing? There's no way they can burst Pandora down or something, right? No, that would surprise me. Let's see. Maybe what we'll do is we'll play Lukong somewhere, maybe Ice Crown, just defend a little bit. Yeah, start with that. Start with Lukong on Ice Crown. Just get a foothold, because we don't need much before we can go crazy. And then we'll see what we get. We draw a card on play. Okay. Let's see. What are we doing for action? Could just be doing 1,000 cuts again. 1,000 cuts for what? A power counter? Power counter on the Eternal Dancers, perhaps. Make it a little bit easier to get the boost from Pandora. Do it with ors instead of just ands. Yeah, not a bad idea. Okay. Yeah, play 1,000 cuts, give a power counter to the Eternal Dancers. Then we'll draw 2 for turn. I think we gotta discard a little bit. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Gotta discard 2. Uh, Let's see. Getting something in the discard for Isolde wouldn't be bad. But I think I like all of the stuff that we've got. It's tough because there's only one half of Ghostly Paramore I really care about for Isolde, but at the same time, that is still good to hold. I guess we can get rid of the Fatality since they get each other back. We've already got one. And I think generally one's all we're gonna need, probably. I mean, Druid Swords of the Sun does have specials of their own, but I don't think it's enough to worry too much about. Yeah, we'll get rid of one Fatality. And yeah, we'll get rid of Ghostly Paramore as well. Okay. And that's down to 10. Alright, what are these guys doing? Probably gonna play Merlin, and I don't know where we want to put this all necessarily, because if we put it on Ice Crown, that's a 9 power footprint, which is kind of the problem with both Merlin and Surrector. Could we do Merlin? Could we just like burst down Ice Crown that way? I mean, it's not too likely, but it's also not impossible. Nothing to play with the second Sir Bart if we do that, like with Surrector or something. That would be what, 11, 13, 15. You could play the Marvelous Sword for, that would be 16, right? 11, 13, 15. Then Sword worth 3, 4, set for 18, so it'd be 6 off. And then Night Training, yeah, still doesn't quite get us there. Unfortunate. And let's see, nothing we can do to power up the end. maybe we just hold on to... No, I want to play Merlin, though. I do want to play Merlin. Hmm. Especially since I want to get some more draw from Archimedes. Hmm. This is not an opponent you want to put a big footprint out against, try to come at me or something, because they will just answer your challenge and solo you. Not that bad, but not that bad, but they will definitely swing things, and it's not going to be fun. I guess we got Tree Stride to consolidate Merlin and Sir Ector. Yeah. Yeah, okay, with that in mind, we'll play Merlin the Wizard on Flaming Airy. We'll do Archimedes, transfer him over, character power 5 or more so we can draw a card. Okay, another Ent. Okay, that's good for Sir Bard. That'll be good for probably next turn. And then I'll do Night Training. Yeah, do Night Training, put the power counter on Sir Ector. Or alternatively, you can put it on Flaming Airy, put the power counter on Merlin, with the thought that we will likely be scoring Ice Crown next turn. I'd rather do that than Flaming Airy if we can help it due to the VP splits. That way we have a chance of keeping it around for longer. Yeah, but by the same merit, you can say that Flaming Airy is so much cheaper that it might be worth it to do things the other way around. And one way or another, Tree Stride is going to be consolidating them. I mean, the other option we have is to put it on Pandora and power up that Ent. But I don't necessarily think that's a good idea. Yeah, so we can only Tree Stride one. Okay, we'll put it on Ice Crown, actually. Yeah, because I think it's more likely that we'll score Ice Crown, but it's also possible we could score Pandora, moving just Sir Ector over. We'll see. I think it's at least possible. Yeah, and that would be a big move with Tree Stride. Okay. Yes, Wild Shape is nice. It's another very good card for Sword in the Stone. Alright. What are these guys doing? Are they ready to burst? They might be ready to burst. Either Pandora or Ice Crown. Yeah, probably Pandora since it's the bigger base. And they probably don't have a hard time scoring that compared to Ice Crown. Let's think. No minions in our discard for Ghostly Paramour yet. So Isolde isn't the best right now. Let's see. Goro, unfortunately, that Ent is too big. Let's see. Signature move. Yeah. Up to 2 of your minions got to do 2 different ones. So if we want to try and get rid of the Ent, we'd have to signature move and then fatality it. Signature move and then use the talent, and that's got to be before we get to Pandora, because fatality doesn't let us use talents. Yeah. If we just play Goro, that's 14 with Pandora's ability. Then jumping kick would be just the 4 power. So that's 14, 18. We could give Eternal Dancers +1, then that turns into +3 for 21. We could axe the discarded doll for an extra minion play. I guess just Johnny Cage is 23. Yeah, that's not super appealing. We could uppercut instead, waste either Sir Ector or Merlin the Wizard. I'm not sure which would be better, honestly. Both would be worth 7 over here. So, okay, let's think about it that way. Goro is 14. Uppercut makes 21. And then plus 3 from dancers is 24. You just need 3 more. Oh, it's harder than it looks. We would just do discard a doll, I guess. It kind of sucks. I like using the dolls for either the special or the draw instead. So that's kind of unfortunate. I guess it's probably worth, though. Get rid of Archimedes. Get rid of their draw engine. Well, one of their draw engines. Because one of Druids Sword and Stone's weaknesses is draw. So if we can nip this in the bud, then that probably serves us well in the long run. Yeah, I think I kind of like that. Just get an early score. Gets minions in our discard for Ghostly Paramour as well. Okay. Play Goro. Gets +2 for Pandora. Play Uppercut. Move. Yes. Move Merlin the Wizard. And draw a card. Do that in 1 sec. And that's the card to draw. I just want to make sure before I see that. Eternal Dancers will trigger. Get +1. And now it's 5 power, so +3, +2 more from Pandora. That's 1,000 cuts. Power counter is paying off. Oh, we need 4 more? I miscounted. Yeah, we need 4 more. This is why we check things. This is why we check things. I don't want to waste a Solda. That seems like a non-starter. Yeah, this is why we check things. Okay. Okay, never mind. Back up. So given that the way we would break it is very inefficient, what are we doing instead? What are we doing instead? I guess we're just going to do Johnny Cage. They've got some removal, so it might be smart to defend. Well, we don't need to defend. We don't need to defend because we've got a discarded doll and we've got a fatality, so we don't need to defend in that regard. Yeah, just play Johnny Cage, I guess, and 1,000 cuts, I guess, for something. We're not playing this. We could 1,000 cuts Liu Kang, and then suddenly jumping kick becomes a lot more valuable next turn, as an option at least. But it does kind of look like they're gearing up to score Ice Crown. So maybe we just use this to draw instead. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm feeling. Yeah. Let's hmm. Yeah, we're just gonna do 1,000 cuts. Draw. Okay, Blessed Banquet. Interesting. Opens up more options. And then, we'll do Johnny Cage. I guess I'll do it on Flaming Airy. What's the difference? I'd probably rather not do the Shinobi if I have to. If I can avoid it because discarded dolls are really good. Yeah, so if I had to pick one to defend, I'd rather defend Flaming Airy probably. Even though it makes it much easier to burst, obviously. Yeah. Okay. And I'll draw for that, and these guys have to discard. What are they going to discard? A tough question. Their hand is really good. All the cards in their hand are really good. We don't have tools for Sunburst, but I don't think there's any action recursion in this deck. There is minion recursion, but not action recursion. So might end up discarding a K or something. Hmm. Hmm. Even though K is really nice. And it just seems better than getting rid of a Sir Bart or the Ent, since the Sir Barts can chain into the Ents. I guess we could get rid of Wild Shape. Yeah, we can get rid of Wild Shape. Yeah, not the biggest fan of that, but here's what it is. We need things we can play to burst next turn. Okay. I think that's it. They played minion in action. Ooh, secret unlocks. Nice. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Gotta discard 3. I don't like finish him. Signature move. What do we got? We got Liu Kang. We got Johnny Cage. I feel like signature move is pretty valuable. Yeah, it's valuable enough at least. Maybe we get rid of 1,000 cuts at this point, because I think we're going to start having better actions to play. Yeah. I think I want to keep Sonya Blade for Liu Kang, potentially. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Tough. I don't know. Yeah, we'll get rid of 1,000 cuts now. I think it's done a good job. It's drawn 3 cards, placed 1 power counter. That's a lot more than you'd see some other actions getting. Again, I think we're getting to our better actions now, so I think we can afford to let go of it. Maybe get rid of signature move. Since we've got a fatality, like Sonya Blade is going to be fine for removal. Yeah, I think we'll be okay. Alright, what are these guys doing? Nothing they can do for, what's it called? Ent. That's what I'm thinking of. Can they score Pandora or Ice Crown? I think they'd rather score Pandora. Especially if they can move Sir Ector away. Let's think. If we did Night Training, we do Tree Stride, move over, and that's 2. Then we've got Sir Bart. Let's see. If we can get a minion of power 5 or more there, that would be good. I think we can, though. K and Marvelous Sword. That doesn't actually make a power 5 minion. We can make it with Archimedes. Let's see, if we did this, this would be 1, 2, 3. We can bring Archimedes over for 24, and then it is there. Okay, we only need to play 1 Sir Bart then. That's fine. I think this is okay. It's not the best, but we are at least getting value out of Sir Ector. And K, actually. We'll be able to move the Eternal Dancers away. At least, if not get the solo, then at least flush out a fatality and a all. Blech. Yeah. I'm okay with that. All right. Move Archimedes. So now K is a 5. And it's 5 or more, so we can draw. Okay, cool. And then, yeah, now there's another character power 5 or more there, so we'll play an extra character power 2 or less there. Sir Bart into just an end for 2 power. Okay. And Tree Stride goes away. Yeah, can't use Merlin, but that's fine. All right, Pandora scores. They'll use K. It's power 5 or more, so move a minion there with less power. Uh, hmm. How risky is it to put more power on Flaming Aerie? We've got Merlin to defend. How likely is it that they can kick him off? At the very they've got 21 cards left in deck, so there's half a chance they've got a given card. Let's see. If they flush a fatality, then I think it's pretty unlikely that they would be able to kick him off and still score. Like, it's not impossible, obviously, but the ways they would kick him off usually involve movement rather than um, destruction, so we'd at least get to keep Merlin as a consolation prize, which, not the best, but yeah. Okay, so we'll move the dancers. Well, actually, we can just do this instead. And yeah, that's pretty spread out, actually. All right, I'm okay with this. Okay, so now it's a solo right now, but yeah, they are going to use a fatality and a doll for 3VP. Where's fatality? Play fatality, and that's an or, so we can use discarded doll's special. Give it 2 power. Activate a fatality on the doll. There isn't one, so whatever. And then there's another fatality in the discard, so we'll shuffle it in. Okay. That's it, I think, right? We already tapped K, so we can't do that again. Yeah. All right. 5-3. Was that worth it? You decide. I don't necessarily know if it was, but it could have been. Time will tell, I guess. Good berry, that's nice. All right. All right, what are these guys doing? Can they score something this turn? Quite possibly. Maybe they can score Ice Crown. Punch back a little bit. Let's see. Blessed Banquet. Place a power counter on the dancers. And this is when, yeah. So this would be +2. Then we could play anybody we want. Could be Goro. Could be Isolde. And just play both of them normally also. Does it have to be one we haven't played this or no? Just be Anne and action. Okay. Uh, what do they have in their discard? It's just Ghostly Paramore? Yeah. Just Ghostly Paramore. I don't think they can. I don't think they've got enough minions. Okay. Okay. Maybe they'll secret unlock then. Secret unlock on Johnny Cage. Yeah, sounds good. I mean, it's not that valuable a base though. I would want to do Johnny Cage over Luke Kong just so I can repeat Johnny Cage's on play. Hmm. Let's think. Yeah, it doesn't look like we're bursting anything this turn. Let's see. Yeah, I don't think scissors, needles, thread is right now. I will just do secret unlock. Do we place this? Yeah, we do place it in the box. Return Johnny, replay rep, and play reptile there. Let's see. And then what? We got our minion play. Play Johnny Cage again. Johnny Cage on Demon Lit Room. Yeah. Draw, and they've got a discard. What are they discarding? Maybe they're discarding Sir Bart. Yeah, that's probably not going to happen anytime soon, so. They don't have Trip Mash yet. Trip Mash is going to be brutal against this deck. Almost no draw. Alright. Yeah, I think that's good. Ah, there it is. I summoned it. Thus it begins. Let's see, what are we doing? We could set up Wood Elf Dryad on Dimly Lit Room. If we do that, it's 5. That'll be 9 next turn. Do we have a burst of 9 next turn? We could move Merlin over for 4. Hmm. I think we're burying Goodberry. We're doing Goodberry. And we can bury. Beats me. Sir Ector, I guess. Okay, the other option we have is to do this on Ice Crown. And we can put Madam Mim on Liu Kang and try and Dryad the Eternal Dancers. If we get scooped, like the base gets scored, which with a Flaming Airy minion play isn't the most unlikely thing ever. It's not the most unlikely thing ever. We would have 7. Let's say we can take control of 4. That'd be 11 to there, at least 20, assuming no breakpoint damage. But they don't have breakpoint damage. Yeah, that's not happening. It'll be 11 to their 15 at best case scenario. Yeah, that's a non-starter. Even if we do night training, that'd be 12 to their 14 best case scenario. And that's obviously not enough. That's tough then. We'll just do this. And just like pray that they can't. Yeah, it has to be there. Do we have anything mobile? Without Tree Stride, I don't know if we've got anything else that's mobile. We can do a Wood Elf. We could do a Wood Elf. Or at least choose 3 and hope we get a Wood Elf. Hmm. And that would be a burst of 8 out of the 9. No, 7 out of the 9 that we would need for Dimly Lit Room and a solo. Hmm. No, no, it would be because of night training. I don't know. I don't know. We'll do this. We'll see what happens, I guess. Sure. Okay, Wild Shape and Dryad. Number 2. Not jazzed that that's the only minion in their hand. See what happens though. Let's see. These guys, I think if they can solo Ice Crown, they will. Although, Dealing Room is a bit of a concern. They don't have a Fatality and a Doll in hand, so they can't defend a solo. Although, what they did do is obviously really good. Let's see. Yeah, they can't Trick Mash them because they don't have 5 or more cards in hand. It's annoying. Can they just score Ice Crown though? Potentially. We just do Goro, we do Banquet again. Play Solda. Then Sonya Blade again. Yeah, they didn't draw more minions this time. They didn't draw any more minions, so it's kind of hard. Yeah. Having not drawn more minions makes it hard to get a bigger burst down in Ice Crown, which maybe means we want to defend Dim Lit Room, because when you see a Wood Elf, there's a bunch of ways that can be removal. But it can also be waste. There are other Druid cards that can be waste when they're uncovered, so that's annoying. Yeah, it draws attention for sure. Maybe we put Goro there, threaten to swing. We'd start with 7. Uh, hmm. I don't want to use Thread the Needle on just foiling Madam Mim. I don't think that's a good idea. Can Uppercut do anything? Like Uppercut the Wood Elf, Uppercut Merlin the Wizard. I mean, uppercutting Merlin's obviously more power. Let's think. Let's see. Merlin goes to here. Play Goro. Wait, that you don't get any extra plays. Isolde doesn't have good options. Yeah, Isolde doesn't have good options. We could do Ghostly Paramour. But, yeah, Ghostly Paramour, we don't have minions in our discard. Other than the discard doll. Annoying. Still can't burst anything. Okay, so I guess we're just gonna demo that room again. Or put more on demo that room. I think it's better to ward against a solo since we can't undo a solo. Can't cheese out points from a solo. So we'll do Sonya Blade. Ooh, Needlework. Okay. Do we have a thing we can store with Needlework? For the needle. So we could make a reduce breakpoint and give +2. We can do reduce breakpoint and move. That doesn't make sense. Reduce breakpoint and play in action. Hmm. And then, yeah, okay. I think I think we've got something we can do here. Maybe we'll store skip and slash, but if we don't store skip and slash, we can chain 3 things rather than just 2. We're starting to get some stuff set up. I just need another doll. I'd really like another doll. Oh, Merlin's got to move back. Yeah, we'll do needlework. Which one do we want to do? Maybe we'll just store thread the needle. And that's public, so it gets revealed first because can't just be stored card. Yeah. Oh, it's 3 stasis scanners? Yes. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Cool. Finally got some more minions. That's nice. Alright. Uncover the Dryad. Steal someone, I guess. No solos, unfortunate, but what you gonna do? I mean, if we had the second Dryad in our discard pile, I'd absolutely try and use our action on Goodberry and Sunburst to solo, but that doesn't work. Trying to do K with that doesn't work either, I don't think. How are we actually scoring the base? I guess just with Dryad from hand. And then, yeah, we've got Goodberry for the future. In fact, we're probably playing Goodberry now. Okay, it's got to be on a base where we have a minion, though. So it's going to be on Flaming Area. Yeah, okay. I mean, we can't draw more cards, so... Yeah. Okay. There's no way we can get a minion there temporarily and still score, right? Yeah, no. Like, play Dryad there, then move that over with Wood Elf instead? No. No. Yeah. Okay, so what are we burying? We'll bury... I don't know, Surrector's right. Bury the Ent, I guess. Not Sir Bart, maybe K, maybe the Ent. I don't think Sir Ector's right. Although bigger minions are harder to pick off. Could be a rationale for that. Yeah. Okay. We'll bury Sir Ector. And then the Wood Elf will move Merlin the Wizard in. Unfortunate use of the Dryad, but oh well. Alright. Anything else? I think that's it. Dimly lit room scores. That's only there. Do they have any specials? They've got Scissors, Needles, Thread, but I don't think they're going to be using that. I don't think, at least. Gotta choose. Oh no, we can choose anybody. That's kind of interesting. That's end of the turn. Yes. Oh, they've got a. They should have done Wukong.
Hey,
Uh, Yeah, we totally need to just do Madam Mim before we do any of this. Hold on. Backing up. Fish Goodberry out. It's not gonna do anything about our deck beforehand anyway, so that's fine. Okay. Now, do Madam Mim first. This goes away. This goes to the bottom. And oh wait, we choose a power. We're in a 3. That's right. Yeah. Come on. Okay. 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 There we go. Now, let's see. Now what are we doing? We do night training. Yeah, still same situation, roughly. Oh, but now we can good berry on Ice Crown, I guess. So we can defend that at least. I like that. And we don't have to move in Merlin. We can keep Merlin out. Oh yeah, this is much, much better. Okay. So yeah, now we're going to use the Wood Elf to do K. And yeah, we'll just play the Dryad, unfortunately. Then we'll do good berry. I think still Bury Surrector. And yeah, there's no way for us to get K to a 5. I don't think. Yeah. Bury Surrector. Shuffle good berry into our deck. And obviously we're playing good berry before moving Wood Elf. Okay, there we go. Now we can do specials. Okay. They don't have anything, right? Just potentially scissors, needles, thread, and I don't want to do that. Yeah. Yep. I think that's it. So that's 3 over here and 2 over here. Yeah. These guys are often early lead, which is good. All right. Then what are they going to do with Demon Lit Room? Probably just do their own deck. Oh. Okay. Good hit. I'm fairly confident I did actually shuffle my deck, so that's just earned. Briquet on Flaming Airy. I think that makes sense. Okay. That's pretty good. Other than, losing both Dryads, but make do. Points are points. Alright. Okay, good. We have minions. I was a little worried about that. Okay. Reptile counts now. What are these guys going to do? They definitely want to try and solo Ice Crown, but it's going to be a lot harder, although they're set up to do some crazy things. So I think they'll probably make it work. Is this and or? No, just and. Okay. I bet you they can score Ice Crown. This is untapped. Yeah. I bet you we can. What are the minions in our discard pile? Is it all 1s and 2s? Yeah, it's all 1s and 2s. Oh, Johnny Cage should go into their discard pile. There we go. Still can't trip match them. Not that we would want to this turn, but So I think we're gonna start with Isolde. What are we doing with that? Maybe Ghostly Paramour? Oh, Ghostly Paramour's not actually doing that much, is it? So maybe we're not playing Isolde. Maybe we're gonna play Eternal Dancers first. Oh, sorry. Yeah, that stays on. Play an Eternal Dancers. We can do Discarded Doll. Turn that into a skeleton and score. Well, I think there's things we can do. Eternal Dancers. We want to play something with an and. So probably Blessed Banquet or Skip and Slash. We could do Skip and Slash. Skip and Slash. Do the move and the breakpoint. If we do that, move Reptile, let's say. And then with Needlework, replace the play in action. Replace the play in action with reduce the breakpoint by 4. It's this. Boom, 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 boom. These guys both get +2. Oh yeah, that's going to be more than enough. We can do Flaming Airy, replace the doll with some other minion. I guess just Goro. I mean, it's a little bit of overkill, but I think that might actually be better than any of our other options. Kind of funny. Yeah. Yeah. Also just a 4-point solo, you know. Well, until Sunburst comes out, but you know. 50% chance that they have Sunburst. Would they take that into account? Could they possibly remove something in phase 3? Uh, no, neither of the fatalities are for removal. I mean, if we didn't have Uppercut in our hand, I would do like Scissors, Needles, Thread, choosing the Surrector that gets uncovered. Yeah. Hmm. All right. I think I'm okay with this. So this gets discarded. We store this. Now Isolde can do this later. I mean, what we could just do is play Isolde somewhere else and thread the needle, reduce the breakpoint, get an action with Skip and Slash plus. Oh no, but that's an or at that point. It's not an and. If only we had another doll. It would have to go on Dark Web if we want to be efficient, which is fine. Okay, we'll do Flaming Airy. This becomes a skeleton. Play an extra minion. We'll do Isolde. Do Thread the Needle. Turn the end into an or. So choose somebody to reduce its breakpoint by 4. That goes to the bottom deck. Okay. And you can't do needlework because it's not an and. That's okay. Okay. Yeah, that was action and minion. I think I'm good with that. All right. Ice Crown scores. Yeah, they're gonna Sunburst, Uncover Surrector, no ends. Okay. Yeah. I mean, nothing they can do, right? Yeah, nothing they can do. So now it's 9 to 10. We've already seen one of the 5-pointers, so it's not likely that the other one's gonna come out. We'll see what happens. Oh, wait a minute. Oh gosh. Oh, I'm now realizing this. They played a minion this turn already. Oh, Goldfish Brain. They used Flaming Airy to play this Isolde. It's kosher. Goldfish Brain. Don't mind me. Yeah, their normal minion was Eternal Dancers. Their normal action was Skip and Slash, which got stitched up to be the minus breakpoint, and then we used Flaming Arrow to play Isolde for another -4 breakpoint. Yeah, okay. Okay, it's kosher. Okay, these guys, they're on cover K. I think they'll just play the Ent, and they'll do Wild Shape. Actually, not having much card draw might be playing to their favor because they don't have to worry about Trip Mash. Like, they don't know that they have it, obviously, that their opponent has it, but staying at 4 cards or fewer in hand is a good way to avoid it. Yeah, that's kind of funny, actually. This gets 3 energy. Okay. I think that's good. Yeah, I mean, yeah, I can't use Merlin's talent. Yeah, I think that's all we're gonna do. Cool. Ooh, there's Wild Guardian. After we see Surrector and Merlin the Wizard, of course. Alright. Stasis counter comes off of this. Skip and slash in there. You know, kind of wouldn't need a second sense if it just said another. I mean, we could be mean and return K, get rid of Wild Shape. That would be pretty mean. Do we want to do that? Maybe we do. If we can just score, then that might be better. Tie the game at 13. Tying the game at 13 seems fine. Can they do that? No doll to be found. Yeah, through 2 of the dolls. Let's see. Can they score Flaming Area before this becomes a problem? I think I would prefer to do that if I can. So what we do is Solda. We could snip snip. We could snip snip to at least get rid of K. Get rid of K and advance our board in other ways. Snip snip for destroy and action, probably. What would we play? Goro? I think we do want to get rid of K in some way. That's just too big of a threat to leave out. I want to see if we can score first. What are the options with Isolde right now? Ghostly Paramour, and that's it? Yeah, it's still just Ghostly Paramour. I mean, if we did another end from our hand first, then if we did that first, then we could do whatever we play as well. If we do scissors, needles, thread first, we can be pretty safe by doing draw an action at the top and either move it or uh, or the extra action, because we've also got jumping kick. Let's see. This would be 6. We need to add 12. We need to add 12. So just jumping kick and Goro is 11 out of the 12 we need. That's actually kind of close. Jumping kick, Isolde. Yeah, the Eternal Dance isn't worth any more than Isolde would be. Hmm. If we do +2 and extra action, that's enough, right? Yeah, it is. We do scissors, needles, thread for +2, stitch for the extra action, store that. Then we can do what? Either Goro or Isolde, I guess. And then extra action can be jumping kick. Yeah, that's a pretty simple way to take care of stuff. Yeah, I think I like that more than burning through second Isolde. Yeah, I think I like that. Yeah, diffuse it while getting some points and being next base wins, and we've got a really good. I think we've got enough of a hand where we can either slow down or speed ourselves up as needed. Like we haven't even used Blessed Banquet or Isolde yet, second Isolde at least, and we've got Uppercut. Yeah, I think we're well set up to win still. Yeah, I'm good with this. And what's in this? It would be Scissors Needles Thread. Okay, we can use that for draw. Cool. All right, this base scores, no specials from either person. Yeah, this is only a 3 still. Yeah. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Okay. Okay. Haunted Mansion. Yeah, they're all 2-point splits. So, yeah, that's fine. Okay. Wood Elf is interesting. Okay, Ent's got to get up power. Oh, no. Wait a minute. What am I doing? It's their turn. Do they have anything on the bottom of the deck? I didn't think they did, right? No. Oh, they had Madam Mim. No. No. Madam Mim got discarded. Yeah, they're good. It's all pressure. All right. This does have to happen. I think they're gonna play Wild Guardian on Dwarven Stronghold and possibly Sword and Shield on the Ent. Hmm. Something tells me they're going for Dwarven Stronghold to finish things off. Probably. They don't have that much burst though. It would be nice if they actually had a Wood Elf, because then they could pivot pretty easily. Hmm. We're also wasting Wild Guardians on play as it stands right now, so maybe we're going to do Pelennor instead. We're not going to get draw from Pelennor, but I think that's okay. I think we want power. I think we want power anyway. That's another character, so yeah. Well, we can still get the second one from Dwarven Stronghold anyway. Okay. Yeah, we'll just do this. Actually, no, we're going to do it this way. Pelennor gets this to a 4. Then we'll do Sword and Shield on it. Okay. Not helping. Okay. What is this doing? Hmm. What are we doing? Scorpion is a really nice draw. Hmm. Can we just like score Haunted Mansion this turn? That'd be kind of funny. How to do it? We do it Scorpion, Banquet, Scorpion, move the Ent over first. Then, yeah, then we do Banquet, Isolde. Oh, and it gets a power card. Uh, I guess we could. instead of the power counter, do scissors, needles, thread for +2 on. Can we put that? No, it's got to go on to Scorpion. What are the options for Isolde? Skip and slash for just the extra action? We can't consolidate all of the power onto Haunted Mansion. Oh, yeah, okay. Maybe this still works. We can... No. No, I don't think it quite works. Maybe if we... Hold on. Reset. Can we score? What's distance from breakpoint if we move this here? This would be 14. This would be math. More than 14. 16. Yeah, we're not getting power counters on both of them, so maybe we can't quite win this turn, looks like. Let's just protect from actions, yeah. Maybe we gotta wait one more turn then. Yeah, which is a slightly scary, but it might be okay. Can't snip either of them. Well, it just says to choose it. Huh. Well, yeah, we can't exactly use snip twice with needlework. Like, this is the last opportunity for us to do something with needlework. Hmm. It's kind of funny that this can choose other players' minions. Still can't trip mesh them. Let's see, we could Isolde this turn. I feel like we're just stalling still at this point. We can do Kano. Yeah, we can return Powen over because it's not protected from minions, just from actions. And then you do Hallowed Mist, get protection? Well, no, protection doesn't matter. Hallowed Mist, put it on top of the deck, doesn't really matter. Well, we could do the draw from Snip first. At least draw 2 cards. And yeah, we can make it a draw 3 with Scissors, Needles, Thread, and Needlework. I'm okay with that, actually. Before we do Kano. I'm okay with that. Maybe we'll get something better. Play Snip. We'll choose Sir Pellinor. We will actually, yeah, we're gonna stitch the draw half of this instead of the destroy half. Yeah, okay. So we're gonna do this first. So we draw an action up top for deck. Yeah. That doesn't work. Yeah, it can't be effective. Huh. That's kind of funny. If that wasn't protected, then we actually could swap it for something, for one of our twos, which is amusing. As it stands, then it's just going to be draw 3, which is fine. Ooh, discarded doll. Can we win this turn now? We could potentially win this turn now. Now that we've got dolls in hand. Even with just our minion play. Because we can do Isolde, do skip and slash, do the extra action, stitch on snip snip for more draw. Because we don't care about moving. We care about the extra action. We would do. Okay, so let's say we would draw these cards, because everybody would draw 2 cards no matter who we choose. Well, we would choose a soul, but that's still a draw 2. Okay, so we would do the doll, and the big thing is we would get an extra action. Skip and slash would be going on the bottom, and then we can play Blessed Banquet. What would be going to the bottom? No, skip and slash would be stored here. Snip snip would be going to discard. Then we can do Blessed Banquet, play Scorpion, and stitch on the extra action. Yeah, I guess. I mean, the actions in our hand don't necessarily do that much. Hmm. Move the Ent in, the Scorpion. This would go away. This is getting stored, and we still have an extra action. So we could do Ghostly Paramour. Well, but with a minion of less power. Do we have 4s? We have 3s. Yeah, okay, we can make this work. Yeah, the extra action we're playing now is gonna be Ghostly Paramour. We've used Scorpion's talent already, so we will stitch on the extra minion play for Kano, and we'll swap Scorpion for. It doesn't quite work, does it? We could do Blessed Banquet. Instead of the extra minion, we do the power counter on, sure, Scorpion. Doesn't say differently named, but whatever. And then now we can swap Scorpion for other Isolde. This is going to be in discard. This is going to be stored. We can swap Scorpion for the other Isolde. Keep the chain going. Yeah, now we can do something else. We can swap it back for Scorpion if we do Blessed Banquet. If we do something and then stitch with discarded doll. Yeah, so yeah, we'll just do a Blessed Banquet. And discarded doll is going to turn the or into an and. So we can stitch Ghostly Paramour. So swap a minion and play an extra minion. Swap is going to swap Isolde for Scorpion again. And then Refresh Scorpion can move in Sir Pellinor. because Sword and Shield doesn't protect from minions. Wow. What were these two cards? Sub-Zero, Shang Tsung. Okay, sure. Wow. What a sequence. What ends up stored? Uh, Blessed Banquet ends up stored. What a sequence on the last turn that Needlework was in play to win the game. I mean, there's nothing these guys can do. They're just sunk. That is incredible. Final score is 16-14. That I'm speechless. That I can't say anything other than that was just incredible. Like, I think that should demonstrate why this is the 1 seed. Like, they didn't even see some of their. They didn't see fatalities pretty much, although they did get 3 VP from that. They didn't see the Shadowed Isles leader. They didn't see Raiden. They didn't see Shang Tsung and Sub-Zero until the end. These are both incredibly good cards. Yeah, we didn't even see all of their stuff, and they still won the game out of basically nowhere. Well, we'll see if uh, Druids and Sword of the Stone can pull off a win sometime during this set. That was kind of crazy. All right, game number 2. Uh, since Druids and Sword in the Stone lost the last game, they will be going first. We're using base deck number 2, our low-medium risk base deck. Let's jump in. All right, in our opening hand, we've got some interesting cards, certainly. Let's see. How do I want to do this? I think we can start with K or something. Put him on Scarif with Wild Shape. Sure, seems straightforward enough. Okay, Sir Bart, that's nice. Druidic Circle, that's also really nice. Okay. What are these guys doing? We've got Needlework, not good yet. No, no, mm, 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 mm. We can just do Discard Doll, Secret Unlock. That's like fine. We can put her on Scare for something. Yeah, that's fine. Okay. We'll do the draw. Nope, that's not an and/or card. Oh, Fatality, there we go. Now to play Secret Unlock, that goes to the box. Discard a doll, replace it with Reptile. And he's not going to contribute power during other players' turns. Okay. Oh, second Fatality. Nice. Okay. Now K's going to have 3 power during their turn. So you definitely want to play Druidic Circle somewhere. It's just a question of where. Put her on Scarif, then we can start stacking Wild Shape with energy. But I kind of want to use it for draw instead, given this combo's general lack of draw. Do Druidic Circle, Wood Elf, Sword in the Stone. Yeah, I think I'd be okay with that. Do Druidic Circle, Wood Elf, Bury, Sword in the Stone. And Druidic Circle gets an energy. Okay. Okay. What are these guys doing? Do we need to defend Uncanny Valley? We got Sub-Zero we can use to freeze their action plays. That probably takes care of whatever card this is. And we've also got Discard a Doll to defend as well, so maybe Can we just like score scare? Oh no, no. Um, I'd imagine not. Yeah. Hmm. Can't do Goro to remove. I mean, we could just give the Wood Elf -1, but I think we can do better than that. Yeah, I'll just do Sub-Zero somewhere. Put it on Uncanny Valley. And honestly, I don't feel like we need to play an action. Alright. Okay, so these guys can't play actions until start of turn. So they're not going to uncover Sword and Stone, but they will remove an energy from Druidic Circle, draw a card. Okay. And other cards there, yeah. K's got the power again. They honestly might just play End on Scarif and leave it at that. Obviously can't do anything else. I would like to play Madam Mim on Reptile. Then we can get rid of Reptile and just add power. Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe we play the Ent on Blighttown? Hmm. Or we can... Or we can play it on Uncanny Valley. That's kind of a short burst, though. The advantage of that is that we would give Druidic Circle more charges and potentially chart it up with other stuff. And we're not going to play something for 2 power counters with Uncanny Valley anyway. Yeah. Alright. Yeah. Dryad is nice. Okay, what are these guys doing? Can they burst Uncanny Valley down? I don't know. Can they burst Scarif down? I gotta remember. K's of 3 right now. Oh, they've got all 3 fatalities. Hmm. We don't have good minions to play. I just want to save discarded doll. Goro. I mean, yeah, Goro jumping kick is just enough. We score this instead. No. Hmm. Oh. And then fatality can just. Oh no, but they can't score it. Never mind. Never mind. Okay, so do they just score Uncanny Valley then? Knock out all of this. Or they play it more slow. Hmm. I don't know because. Oh, I got to take time. They should probably just score it, right? Just knock out all the setup. Because, like, what's the worst case scenario with Sunburst? Not much, right? Yeah. Oh, okay, we're just gonna do jumping kick first. Uh, Uncanny Valley almost ruining things, but we just gotta play jumping kick first. Yeah. Oh, we can't quite. solo. Oh, it's just a little bit off. Hmm. Just a little bit off of being able to solo, because Goro can already bottom deck the end, and then the Fatality would be able to kick off the Wood Elf, but we don't have power. That's annoying. Yeah, they just take the 3-1, I guess. It's not that much of a difference. Alright, sure. Base scores. No specials for either of them. 1, 2, 3, and 1. That sucks for them. Alright. Double battle. Okay. Hey, it's Trip Mash. And 1,000 cuts. Okay. Well, that's like awful timing. What are they gonna do? Because that sucks. It sucks that actually playing the end is what made the difference there. Actually, could they have? They could have used 2 fatalities to solo it, actually. Using Sub-Zero twice, now that I'm thinking about it. Because they did have both fatalities. That's probably worth, right? Especially since they have a third fatality and a doll for backup. Yeah, they're gonna do that. Fatality 1 kicks off an end. Fatality 2 kicks off the Wood Elf. And we shuffle another fatality back. Okay, there we go. I like that. Alright, now it's their turn. I think they're at the very least going to do that, so make the world go round for power counter on K. Hopefully draw a better minion to play. Okay, sure. Extra action. Play it. And I guess on double battle. And then we'll do Withering as the extra action. Do it on Scarif. It's only minion based modifier for Scarif, yeah. Alright. Cool. Alright, these guys are going to start with Trip Mash. These guys have discard. What are they discarding? I think they're going to discard Wall of Thorns, which like sucks, but what else are they going to do? Trip Mash is just brutal. Yeah. Yeah. It's yeah. Yeah. Okay. Then they draw a card and turn this start. Okay. Isolde is not a great minion to play right now. I don't think there's anything with and in the discard. Yeah, it's all Mortal Kombat stuff. So I think they're just gonna play the doll for defense on Scarif. Fatality comes back. Okay. Yeah, doll came back. Good. Alright, now there's a valid reason for them to Withering. Can they pull something off with it? Return the doll. Um, think I've got a better idea. Wait one more turn. Let's see. I mean, we could Wood Elf on Blighttown, bury the Dryad. That actually gets us out of Trip Mash range as well. If we play Madam Mim on the doll. Secret Unlock's gone as well, so that's one way that they can get rid of Madam Mim gone. And putting the Wood Elf on Blighttown at least spreads us out for Scarif. And I want to say that's fine, so it's a way we can pivot. Yeah, we'll do this. Alright. Cool. This all goes away. Alright, can't Trip Mash. That's annoying. Can we... No. Choose a minion. Equal or less power. If we put a power counter on K, that does enable him to move someone off, but it also allows us to play Isolde as an extra. Or we could just play Isolde normally and play the doll as our normal. We also don't have minion plays to fulfill it twice. Let's start with 1,000 Cuts. Just draw a card. Not exactly what we were hoping for. Cuts gotta swap for less power. Yeah. We've got Reptile Goro and Sub-Zero in our discard for that, but don't think it's gonna work because we don't have big minions to swap out. Just be patient, I guess. Maybe don't even play a minion because we can just jump on with the doll and Fatality. And they know we have this Fatality. Yeah. Stupid unique art. Alright, I think we're just gonna leave it here. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. What are we getting rid of? I mean, we have Trip Mesh, so we don't need 1,000 Cuts quite as much. I don't want to get rid of Fatality. Definitely don't want to get rid of Needlework. Could get rid of Signature Move, because I don't think any of the Shadowed Isles minions have talents. This is just for Mortal Kombat minions, and we're kind of low on those right now. Yeah. Yeah, I think we might just get rid of 1,000 Cuts. We've got Trip Mesh. Although, this is a bad opponent to have Trip Mash against. I don't want to get rid of Trip Mash, though, because Trip Mash is bonkers. Maybe we are getting rid of Fatality then. Lull them into a false sense of security. But then we only have one Fatality available at a time for the rest of the game. I don't like that. Yeah, I'll just get rid of 1,000 Cuts then. Okay. Alright, now we're gonna do Madam Mim. Alright, get rid of this. Put this at the bottom. And I think, what do we want? I think we want 4. Either we whiff and hit Dryad or hit one of the Sword and Stone 4s. I guess. Hmm. If we hit Dryad, then we can, I guess, just Withering and get it back in our hand. Eh. Let's see. Scarif is giving us an extra 4. That'd be 15. We got 17, 19. It's got the same base, right? Yeah. We can make it. Oh yeah, we can make it 22 with Wood Elf. Yeah. Okay. That's if we hit Sir Ector though, specifically. If we hit Merlin, then that's just a 4. That's gonna be 15. We can make that 19. I don't know. Maybe we can pivot and hit Blighttown. That seems kind of hard without the extra power from Scarif, though. Yeah. Okay. Let's just hit 4, see what we get. Merlin. Okay. And it's going to get an energy. Okay, so this is just 15 power. We don't have actions to play with Merlin. Well, let's see. We could remove energy from the edge and give it +2. The thing is, we can't. Yeah, there's nothing else for us to return other than our own stuff, so we'd have to return Merlin. Let's see, Wood Elf could bring in Wood Elf. Oh, we got to do Blighttown as well. So that'd be boom, boom. Bring in the Ent. Yeah, and that also loses power from, what's it called? Scarif's ability. Blah. That's, like, awful. Okay, so let's leave this then. Leave both of those buried, I guess. Man, that just sucks. What do we play with? What do we bury with the Wood Elf? Nothing. Hmm. Hmm. This one is 2 right now. What's in our discard for Goodberry? Another Wood Elf. An Ent. Eh. Yeah, I don't know. I guess we just. Oh, okay, when it goes to their turn, we will have how much actual power there? 8. Ugh, gross. It's like exactly where you don't want to be. Hmm. Do this and just don't bury? Could do that. We do have all of this right now. Sure. We'll bury the a wood elf on double battle. It's like awful. Wow. Yeah. Okay, and this all goes away for end of turn. That's not 18. It's 4, 8, 11. And K's not even a 5 for specials. Like that's even worse. We just don't play a minion, but then we're vulnerable to trip mash. Gosh. Maybe we play Withering. Return Merlin. Just to get him off the field. This gets another energy. Sure. And then we'll play this and bury Merlin. Yeah, that keeps us flexible, I guess. Okay. Okay. Tree Stride's nice. Okay. What are these guys doing? If we're gonna score double battle or something, now's the time to do it. And like, I think we can. We can do like, we have an and in our discard pile. I got no, nothing. We do like Blessed Banquet. Blessed Banquet. Play doll, I guess. Yeah, we could play dancers. We could do that here too. Dancers. -1 queued up there. Then we can do banquet. Power counter on this, and it gets +2 when we play it. Then we can play a Solda for Blessed Banquet again. I guess we don't have good minions to play. Okay, hold off. Yeah, we can. What we can do is we can put the dancers there for defense against K, and then when they move the dancers off, we can come in with the doll and still get points. Okay, sure. I guess that would work on double battle too, or Blighttown even. Well, yeah, it depends. If K's there, then they can hold K in anticipation of a doll, which since we have Fatality, they should expect. Yeah, that would be fine. Especially if it's on Blighttown, it's not much of a difference. Kind of feel like I want to play a doll though. Yeah, I'll start. Can't do trip mash. They don't have fork. Well, we can do trip mash, but like, why? Oh, we've played dancers as a minion this turn, right? So what's our action? Needlework. Needlework store skip and slash. No, generally want to store skip. No, store something else and start with skip and slash so we can start chaining stuff like crazy. Yeah. So we'll store Ghostly Paramore, I think. We still got good swap targets. You can swap Eternal Dancers for one of the fours or something. Like Sub-Zero or Reptile. Yeah. Or get actions back. Who knows? Okay. I'm happy with that. Okay. They've got options, so yeah. And the -1, we can commit this now. We've got 3 power on K. Which card are we uncovering? I guess it's a question of which base do we want to score. I want to hold off on Blighttown until they put something there so we can steal it with Dryad. So I guess we're going to settle for Double Battle. Uncover Wood Elf. Well, then again, we can do that anytime we want. We can uncover Merlin, and then we could, this gets an energy, this gets a -1. Uncover Merlin, and then we can do this. Uncover Merlin, and then that's going to be pretty easy to score. Yeah. Move in with the Wood Elf. Oh, actually, Scarif. Scarif gives us 4, actually. So yeah, we don't even need to move in the end. We can just keep the energy on it. We can just use Sword and Shield. Yeah. No need to use any of our other regular plays. Or Merlin's talent, which, what you're going to do, And yeah, we'll move the dancers to Blighttown, maybe. Not so we don't have to wait around for something to steal. Sure. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Alright, Scarif's going to score. K will tap to move Eternal Dancers to Blighttown. Then, yeah, these guys are going to Fatality and Doll. Fatality has an ore, so place the doll and turn it into an and this gets shuffled. Okay. Nothing else to do for them, I think. Dancers get +2 until end of turn, which is cute, but doesn't matter. I think that's it, right? Yeah, no more specials for them. Yeah, okay, so they get 2, these guys get 4. That was agonizing. Okay. Okay. Stasis counter comes off here. It'll be hard for them to score Blight 10, actually. They might be taking it easy this turn. Although they've got a setup meeting in Wukong. Can they score double battle? No. Well, not out of the question. They would need a net extra minion place. They could do like Wukong, Banquet. No. No, that doesn't quite work, I don't think. Yeah, I'll just do Trip Mesh. You guys have to discard. It sucks that all the cards in their hand have purpose. I guess it just discard Thorn Whip, because we do want to keep Pelennor as a finisher to Surfart Chains. Not that they will necessarily have those to do. Uh, hmm. Or they can discard a Surfart, and then... gosh, this is just like miserable. Because they've got some stuff they can do, but not good things to do with it. They do have to discard something. So it's planning out their next turn right now. Next turn they can uncover the Dryad, steal the Dancers, energy for the Ent, Wood Elf, move it in. And then they could Tree Stride to just move something and play a standard action for Dancers. But that doesn't get them a 4. That doesn't get them a 5, I mean. They wouldn't have a 5. They wouldn't have any 5s at all. So they're going to break Double Battle next turn. Which means they maybe don't care about Surfart. Maybe they don't care about having both Surfarts. Oh, but they're not going to have a 4th minion name there. I think they can make this work still. We'll see. We'll see what happens. I think it should be okay. All right. This goes back to their hand. They draw a card. Another Eternal Dancer. Maybe just defend Double Battle. We don't have a doll in hand, so can't cheese our way to VP there. Yeah. No. Do it with Lukong. Not with Eternal Dancers. Is that a global play? It is a global play. Wow. Fatality. Oh my gosh. Wow. Fatality is global and Lukong's global, so if Lukong's out, that can play 2 to stop a solo internally. Mortal Kombat. Just Mortal Kombat things. Whatever. They played a minion, they played an action. They're done. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay. This does make their job significantly easier. Oh, we don't need any of this. We can just uncover the Wood Elf. Or they can uncover the Dryad, bring Eternal, and control Eternal Dancers. Then Tree Stride, Wood Elf. That Wood Elf brings over Eternal Dancers to waste it if they're not going to get the solo. But that uses a lot of resources. A lot of really valuable resources. Like Tree Stride is very, very good for that. Yeah, so let's assume we're at least doing this. We could uncover this one. We just need something. It could even be like a Sir Pelennor, which would just be placing a power counter because we don't have any 5s. Then we can bury Thorn Whip on Conference Room, I guess. Yeah. Eleanor gets a power counter on someone. Yay. And we don't want to use Wood Elf's Talent because no point in wasting stuff. And this gets 2 more -1s. I want to keep the Eternal Dancers at 3. And then we'll bury Thornwhip. Okay. Double battle scores. No specials for them, I don't think. No point in using Fatality. We don't have any 2s to play. Yeah. No, the score's by its ability, obviously. So that's 3 here and 2 here. They are out of Trip Mesh range again. Oh, there's Director. And another Wild Shape, okay. Okay. What are these guys doing? Stasis kind of comes off this. They're ready to bust something, I think. Can they bust Blight Town? That'd be funny. What's under this? Ghostly Paramour. We could do Isolde. We do have a Dancer. Swap for Sub-Zero, I guess. I don't think there's much point in that. I mean, Ghostly Paramour could always just swap actions. We could get back, not Jumping Kick. Okay, never mind. I don't know what. I guess it would swap for something. Swap for Sub-Zero. Okay, let's think about what we would do. We can do Snip Snip. Snip Snip. Targeting Wood Elf doesn't let us swap it for something with Ghostly Paramour. It needs to actually have power. Unfortunate. Banquet. We could do Banquet. That gets Dancers 2 power and a power counter. And we can just bank that play. What would we... This is a 6, so we could swap it for like Goro. That keeps the 6, I guess. And that could, yeah, that would Fatality. No. Well, yeah, we could Goro to get rid of the Wood Elf. Sure. Okay. So we stitch what? We would stitch the extra minion. We would replace the extra minion with the swap, I guess. Let's try this, I guess. We'll see what happens. I am remembering what we did. Let's start a turn. Okay. So start a turn, Ghostly Paramour restored. Right now, Blessed Banquet restored. So that was our action plan. Then our normal minion is Isolde for Ghostly Paramour. But yeah, we don't have a doll, so we can't turn that back into an and. Okay. I don't know about this. I want to use it somehow. I want to use Needlework somehow. We could just do snip snip and stitch the draw for stitch the draw together with the swap in action. Swap finish him for something. Swap it for jumping kick. Yeah. Okay. And that gives us more uncapped removal. Alright, so we're gonna snip snap, get rid of the wood elf, and stitch swap in action with our hand with one from our discard pile. Swap finish him for jumping kick. This goes away, this gets stored. Then we've got minion. I'm a little concerned about. Well, it's Thorn Whip. We know that's Thorn Whip. So maybe we don't defend Conference Room. I do want to play Dancers somewhere, I think. Oh, we could do Dancers on Temple to Apollo first before we do Snip Snip. Then we don't have to put a -1 on our own Dancers. I think I like that idea. Yeah. Okay, so we'll do Dancers first and then we'll do Snip Snip, which is fine because we didn't draw any cards. Okay. Yeah. Ooh, Scorpion. Nice. Ooh, and Thread the Needle. Great. Just in time. Okay. What are these guys doing? There's no way they can actually score something. Because let's see, do Dryad, steal this, Surrector, Tree Stride, at least give this +1? No. Yeah, no. Mm. Huh. And this, uncover, steal this, drag over the Dancer, Surrector. No. I guess what we can at least do is, how do we get him there? We'll do Surrector and Wild Shape here, I guess. And that'll put a -1 on this Dancer. Okay. Yeah. Don't like that, but I think it's what they gotta do. Okay. What are these guys doing? This is on its last turn. Let's blow something up. I bet we can get away with doing Temple of Apollo. Just waste their previous turn. Oh, energy's on Wild Shape. Yeah. Scorpion's not useful because there aren't minions on other bases. Well, we could use it to score Blighttown instead. Wanted to do that way. Could do something like this. Get over there. Hmm. Let's see. That would be their minion. Then we could do Blessed Banquet. Hmm. Blessed Banquet. Put a power counter on Scorpion. This gets 2. Actually, we might be swapping. Yeah, we could swap the. We could target Eternal Dancers and stitch the draw in place of the power counter. So we draw 3, which I'll put over here so I don't see what they are. And then we've got an extra minion, which can be Isolde. Oh, we want to do snips. We want to do a skip and slash, so we can start chaining things. That's right. Okay, let's back up a bit. That's why we don't look at the cards. We can do skip and slash. Yeah, we can do the same thing, and we get an extra action instead of the destroy. Okay, yeah, and we can just look at the cards. It's free draw. Yeah. Ooh, Shang Tsung. We can get away with that. That would put the score at 12. We've got a fatality, right? Do we have a fatality? We should have a fatality. Yeah, there it is. So again, as a bonus BP, be 12 to 8. Okay, sounds good to me. Okay, so now we've got skip and slash stored. We can do thread the needle, reduce a breakpoint by 4, and play an action with needlework. Get down to there. We did play a minion on Light Town, so we got to present something with Temple of Apollo. I mean, we'll just present like Isolde or something. It's either going to get played or it's going to get played in some capacity, I think. Okay, then we got still just action, and I think we can make that Blessed Banquet. Play a minion and reduce the breakpoint. Oh, we can make it Shang Tsung. Sure. Yeah, we'll make action from skip and slash is going to be Blessed Banquet. We'll exchange the power counter with needlework for the breakpoint reduction. And yeah, I know it's a little bit of overkill, but it's worth. Is it worth? Because it's going to be a score of 11 anyway. We can keep Shang Tsung and remain flexible. And we can just play like Johnny Cage or something. Is there a fatality we can use to get rid of Sir Ector, make a solo? That'd be funny. Yeah, we'll do Johnny Cage. Not Shang Tsung. Yeah, we'll have to remember result is presented. Yeah, I'm good with this. We draw, they discard. They will discard Sir Bart. Alright, Blight Town scores. We'll use a fatality on Johnny Cage. Draw 2 cards, one's an action, we can play it. Doll and Retreating Drum. Well, we're not going to play either of those. So let's just draw 2. That's fine. Shuffle this back. Okay. Does that have to be during your turn? Okay, cool. Blight Town. Yeah, we'll just wrap up scoring for that. It's 4 here and 1 here. Alright. This goes away. I'd have been busting out in laughter if they got, like, uppercut off of Johnny Cage or something. Okay. And we'll draw 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. We'll reveal retreated jump, so we can keep 13 cards. Oh man. Do we just Thorn Whip to keep the dancers off of Temple to Apollo? That seems wrong. I guess we'll just do Arthur here. We gotta go for the small base first, I think, so we don't put too much on Temple Apollo. Alright, and we'll draw a sword at the top. Probably gonna be sword and sword and shield, of course. Yeah, of course. And we'll do Goodberry. We'll bury Dryad? No. Surrector? No. None of these are good options. K, I guess. That goes into the deck. Yeah. It's always a good day when you have no minions in hand. Breakpoint goes down. Oh, this went away. Let's see. They've got that Soltas in their hand. Oh, they had 12 cards in their hand, but Retreating Jump still lets them keep everything. I wanna bet they can just like win this turn or something. We can play a Solda. Let's see, what are they doing from here? We can do. Where is the thing I'm looking for? Thread the needle. Yeah, we can do thread the needle. Well, we could do skip and slash to just get an extra action. Oh, we could be mean. I think we can play a Solda here instead. We can do skip and slash, and we'll try and get Shang Tsung out. So we don't have a fatality though. Boo. Can't win that way because we don't have a fatality. Alright, so back to here. Thread the needle. What are our actions from hand? Ghostly Paramour. We can swap with Dancers for a Scorpion. Eh. Let's think about this. We could do Ghostly Paramour first. Dancers. Swap Dancers for Scorpion. Yeah. Swap Dancers for Scorpion. And swap something for. I don't know. Swap something for something else. Get Blessed Banquet back, maybe? No, because we can do that. We can do that with. We can use a doll to double that. Because that was our action. That wasn't our minion. We can swap something for skip and slash? No. Yeah, we're gonna end up playing both Isoldas, and that one's gonna do skip and slash. So that will let us play whatever we swap back with Ghostly Paramour. Thread the needle. And we'll get rid of retreating jump, I guess. I mean, if we end the game, it doesn't matter, right? Or we can do jumping kick. We'll get rid of retreating jump. Okay. So that was our action. Now we'll play a minion, which will be, where is Blessed Banquet? And we're going to turn that into an and with the doll. And I have to draw a card with Temple of Apollo. So we get the power counter and the minion. Okay. I'll just draw this. So now we got an extra minion play, which will be Isolde, which will bottom deck skip and slash for just an extra action. Well, Yeah, okay, we can play this Isolde here, and then we can bottom deck skip and slash. We can choose skip and slash and turn the Isolde turns the and into an or, and doll turns the or back into an and. So we move and play an action. We need another something to do with thread the needle, because we're going to be short. Oh, no. Scorpion saves us. We didn't use Scorpion yet. Now we can return this and reduce. There we go. Man. Alright, well, that's game. Can they kick Arthur off somehow? No. 15 to 10. First game was honestly less of a blowout. This was not quite as close. Last game was closer. Well, we'll see if Druids and Sword in the Stone can pick up a win in game number 3. Alright, time for game number 3. We flipped our coin and we got base deck 3A, so that's the medium risk deck that we were seeing last year. Okay, let's get started. Once again, Druids and Sword of the Stone are going first since they lost the last game. Our opening bases are a very large telescope, central souk, and 5-star restaurant. I think what we're going to do is we're going to play Merlin the Wizard on 5-star restaurant, since Merlin is rare. Get a card draw. Card draw is very important to this deck. Okay. Neither that's what makes the world go round or most befuddling thing are that great at the moment. I think I'm just gonna play Sword and Shield. Although that's a common card. Alright, we'll do that to make the world go round. Place a power counter, draw a card, see if we get anything good. Okay. I guess we're just gonna punt on the extra action. Would have liked the extra card, I guess. Yeah. Alright. Pelennor and Wild Shape, that's fine. Alright. I think we're just gonna start with a doll. Put it on probably very large telescope. Draw an and or card up top for deck. Nope. I think it's the first time seeing the Shadowed Isles leader. This entire set. Oh, lots of good stuff. No. 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 Lots of minions. But nothing with and or. No. There we go. Alright, that's done. Now we'll do very large telescope. those are all pretty good. Maybe I'll bottom deck jumping kick so that we get secret unlock next turn since there are no minions coming up. That way we have a minion to play, i.e. the other discarded ball. Okay, I like that. Bottom deck jumping kick, and they know that it's bottom deck. Yeah, the others are very good, so we're going to keep those. And I think that's it for them, right? Minion here. No, they've still got an action play. Well, they're not going to play anything, I don't think. Yeah. Okay. What are these guys doing? I've got a Bart and a Pelennor to combo with Merlin, but I'm not sure that we want to do that. I think we're just going to do Wood Elf on Very Large Telescope and Bury Wild Shape. And then for action, I guess we'll play the Marvelous Sword. Like, that's fine. And then next turn, we've got Uncover Wild Shape. Wood Elf can move in Merlin, and then we've got Sir Bart, Sir Pelennor, and that's going to be what? Well, we play this now. It's going to be one for each. That's going to be, what, 11 when we move in, 14 from Wild Shape. Each of these are worth 3, so 14, 17, 20. And then, yeah, we could have like Sword and Shield for the last power. Okay, so we've got a plan to score Very Large Telescope next turn. Cool. All right. So now we're going to do Secret Unlock. Return the doll. Play Reptile. Well, yeah, then they'll do Very Large Telescope again. Solda, Paramore, Gwen. Okay, I guess that. This is tough because Doll's gonna draw Ghostly Paramore. We can bottom deck a Solda to guarantee that we get that and don't shuffle Gwen back. Where are we gonna play discarded Doll? I guess we're just gonna play it back on VLT because we don't want to play it on Sook. That's a huge trap with a 1 power minion. Especially since the whole point is that we want to disguise that we're drawing 1. And then 5-star restaurant is common, so I'm not sure about that. We can put Gwen on 5-star next turn, maybe. Yeah, well, bottom deck of Solda. We'll get it back eventually. And then, yeah, we'll just play the doll back here. Draw Ghostly Paramore. And then draw 2 for turn. Ooh, and Goro. Nice. Okay, so Reptile doesn't contribute power. Alright, and these guys have their plan to break VLTs, so we're just going to do that, I think. Wild Shape gets uncovered. Still start turn, so we get... Oh, I could have done a VLT for them last turn. Oh well. I think it's okay. Alright, now we've uncovered a card. Let's do VLT first, see if we can do something more efficiently. Okay, another Sword and Shield. Probably just bottom deck that. I mean, like, protection is good against Mortal Kombat, but I think we just need better cards right now. Yeah. Okay. Okay. And we're not going to get to use Merlin, but, like, it's really hard to use the 4s anyway, so I'm not too concerned about that. Okay. Wood Elf will use a talent, move Merlin over. Merlin gets +1 from Marvelous Sword. Then we'll play Bart. We've got... Oh, we do have another 5 for Merlin, I guess. We've got Bart. We can play an extra 2 because we got got a 2. Ooh, do you want to do Pelennor or Arthur? It's a good question. I think I want to do Pelennor. Yeah, because ideally what happens is that we draw. Well, okay. The plan we can do is uh, we got Most Befuddling Thing to play Arthur. Yeah, we'll do Pelennor. Then they've got +1 each. Draw with Pelennor. Yes, Madam Mim. What was the other card? Yeah, I don't think I care about that. That was their normal minion. Now we'll play Most Befuddling Thing. Place a power counter and draw a card. And now we can play an extra minion. This will be Arthur on 5-star restaurant. And Arthur is rare. So after we do draw the sword, maybe we. Do we draw the sword or do we? No, we don't play the sword because that's common. So we'll draw a sword up top of the deck. It'll probably be the sword in the stone. Yeah, the sword in the stone. And then we draw with 5-star. Yeah, that was minion for Bart. Oh, we do have an extra action with Merlin. So I guess what we can do is we can use Merlin to play the sword in the stone. Yeah, and that's also rare, so. Okay. And we draw with 5-star. Hector, that's nice. All right. Good start for them. Very large telescope scores. They don't have any specials, but neither do they, right? That's 20 to 22. It would be 5 for scoring purposes. Yeah, they've got fatalities, but using both fatalities only gets +8 net, and they'd need to overcome 15. So yeah, fatality would be doing that because Reptile gets +2 per fatality, and one of them gets -2. Yeah, that doesn't work. All right, so we got 4 here and 2 here. And we actually got to use Merlin, which is nice. Not every day you get to do that. Okay, get rid of all of this. And they draw 2. 3 ants, great. Arthur and Sword in the Stone there is kind of concerning because now Marvelous Sword can be a pretty big burst. We don't have a dull in hand, but I think we can assume we'll get one soon, hopefully. I think what we want to do now is play Gwen. Probably on Central Soup, somewhere where she's not likely to be contested for a while. And then, and then what are we going to store? We'll store, I don't feel like we need to store Paramore. We can store Banquet. And then we can store Needlework. Store Needlework, which stores Paramore? Sure. And hopefully we draw some minions. And that gets 3 stasis counters. Okay, now we're set up to go pretty well. Before the end of our turn, we reveal our cards instead of drawing them with Sook. Skip and slash and snip snip. Alright, so now we've got their turn. Honestly, I'm kind of feeling play Sword and Shield on Arthur, just so that he can't be destroyed by Snip Snip, since they see that that's coming. And then they can just play like an Ent on Sook, maybe. I think I'm okay with that idea. Yeah. Yeah, okay. We're going to do Sword and Shield on Arthur. That is common, so I'll have to discard a card, but I think we just discard one of these Ents. Oh, do we want to Madam Mim instead? No, I think it's more important to protect Arthur. I think it is more important to protect Arthur. Weird. Okay. And then yeah, we'll just play an Ent on Central Soup. Okay. Digitus Fidgetus. Or is it Higitus Fidgetus? I don't know. Stasis counter comes off. They draw their cards. Soup showing part of its downside already. Let's see. Can they score something this turn? Kind of doubt. Definitely doubt with no um, extra minions to play. I think that means that we're going to end up just playing Goro. We'll play him here to draw a card because he is rare. All the Mortal Kombat minions are rare. Finish him? Okay. They can snip the Ent, I guess. Store it with either Needlework or let's see. We can snip, and if we wanted to, we could use Gwen to add Blessed Banquet, the power counter, to draw an extra card, but I don't feel the need to do that. We're just going to do snip, destroy the Ent and draw one. It's fine. Do we want to leave it and instead... Ooh, this would be an opportunity to swap. Okay, so we draw one and we swap it with a minion with less power, which would be the doll. Okay, I like that idea. Okay, so we're going to discard Paramore, do snip, so we get the draw from snip and the minion swap from Paramore. Do we want to do Gwen at all? No. Yeah, that goes to discard. This gets drawn. We draw a card first, and then we do. We'll draw the Andor. Yeah. Yep, there we go. Doll. Okay. Cheeky. All right, I think that's it. Right, because we played a minion, we played an action. Yeah, we played snip, we played Goro. Yes. All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, we're good. Can we burst something down this turn? Is this mandatory? It is mandatory. So we got some timing shenanigans we could pull potentially. Assuming, of course, that they don't score the base, but well, we don't even need to put anything there for that. We've got some interesting lines we have with Madam Mim and Central Soup. We can get net 2 cards off of Central Soup. All right, first of all, do we want to do Sword and Stone? My feeling is no. I don't think we're ready to burst that quite yet. Goro is sort of dangerous because it can bypass Sword and Shield's protection. Can we score it this turn? We would get Marvelous Sword. So breakpoint goes back to 22. Power goes to 11. 11 out of 22. We could play Ector. He would be a 5 for 16. Ector plays an Ent, which is worth 3 for 19 out of 22. And then do we have... No, we don't have an action worth 3 power. Yeah, we don't have another action worth 3 power. Obviously, we can pull Marvelous Sword with Sword in the Stone. Okay, so I think we're waiting one more turn, which is fine, I think. Like, maybe what ends up happening is we can do Madam Mim, and then we can get, like, a Wood Elf or something. Yeah, okay. Well, yeah, we're going to do this on Gwen. And then yeah, we'll just play another end there. Oh, they should have revealed it was, I think, Johnny Cage and Shang Tsung. Yeah, instead of drawing them. Yeah, I think it was those. Yeah, they're not going to overtake the power there. Okay, and I think that's it. Yeah, so they draw 2. Okay, K and a Wood Elf. So there's only one Wood Elf left in the deck, right? Yeah, and use 2 Ks. So it's not likely that we get a Wood Elf, but it's a 33% chance, so it's not terribly unlikely. We'll see what happens. Now they draw. Stasis Scanner comes off. I think they want to use Gwen if they can help it. Might be hard to, though. If we can score Central Souk, that would be nice, maybe? With, like, Skip and Slash. We could do Skip and Slash, do both the move and the action, stitch on an extra minion. So we move Goro, and we play a minion with equal or less power, which can, be anybody. Let's say it's Shang Tsung. And then we've got Snip Snip in there. That's an extra minion. So we've got still a minion in action still. We could. We've got Johnny Cage maybe. We've got Scissors Needles Thread. Oh yeah, that's enough. Sure. That's just itself enough. Okay. Draw and they discard. They'll discard Digitus Fidgetus is what I have it as. Maybe it's wrong, but maybe they'll discard Digitus Fidgetus because I don't think. Yeah, they're about to have cards they want to shuffle back, but they're not about to have a minion. Maybe they get rid of Druidic Circle? That's a tough ask. It's tough. All these cards are pretty good. They gotta get rid of something though. Oh, can we bottom deck the Ent with Goro? We'll save that for the end. It depends on what we get. This is thread, but they have to discard first. Maybe they'll discard K. I don't like that, but I think it's what they need to do. Yeah. I don't like it, but it is what it is, Alright, then, okay. That's all of that resolved. Then we'll do Scissors, Needles, Thread. Do we want to do... That's a when, right? Yeah, it's when. Can we somehow guarantee? No, I think we need to do the normal Scissors, Needles, Thread. Yeah. Yeah, we'll just play Scissors, Needles, Thread. We'll give... We'll say the doll. No, we'll do Goro +2. That's 21. And they draw an action at the top of the deck. Retreating jump. Okay. That means we don't get to bottom deck the Ent, I don't think. Yeah, because we've used our minion plays and we've used our action. We will get to do Shang Tsung with Fatality, which is good. And we'll have another Fatality ready to stop a solo on 5-star. Okay, I'm good with this. Alright, play Fatality for Shang Tsung at 1 VP to the first place reward. Nothing for them, right? Yeah. So they get 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to their 1. Okay. I think that was fine. I don't think they would have done that score otherwise. So, and that's Gwen gone for the moment. Checkpoint Aleph. Okay. All right. And then they draw 2. Right. Can they score 5-star this turn? Don't think so, right? Hmm. It was worth a shot, so certainly. Uh, didn't work out, obviously, but I think it was still worth doing. They're going to play Wood Elf this turn. Would have been nice if they had some knowledge for Checkpoint Aleph, but I, hmm, I think it'll be okay. They've got minions to play this turn and next turn, so. Alright, we'll do Wood Elf, bury a card from our hand. We're going to bury. I don't know. I think we're going to do Druidic Circle first. Yeah. Alright. I'm going to do Wood Elf, bury, Thorn Whip. Yeah. Energy for Druidic Circle. We do Checkpoint Aleph. Archimedes. Okay. I mean, we could have done the other option, but I don't think we want to. I think we're fine with gambling. There's nothing we want to play next turn, you know? Right, we'll play Archimedes. Yeah, there's no way for us to get a 5 or more. So we're going to keep this here for the moment. Probably want to get one card draw out of it eventually. Oh, it does get us another Energy and Druidic Circle. Another argument in favor of putting on Wood Elf. Okay. I think I'm good with this. Cool. This is all nice. Got potentially a good amount of energy for Dryad play, and I know my intent when I was making this faction was when you uncover a card, you can get an energy on Druidic Circle. I'm not entirely sure if that's correct. Somebody will tell me if I'm wrong, but I'm going to play it as if you can. Do it that way. Okay. Stasis counter comes off of this. I don't think we're getting anything out of it, but you never know. Can we? Let's see if I can play Raiden or something. Raiden could move Arthur over. Does that have to do with her? Yeah. And that would be 7 added to 14. I don't think we're scoring that though. So we'll put Raiden on. Yeah, we'll put him on 5-star restaurant. Draw cards. It's rare. Maybe just do Hallowed Mist. Get some card draw from Snip Snip. Protect Raiden. Yeah, they do have some. Their opponent does have some antagonism, so yeah, that would be nice. Good insurance at least. Yeah, I'm good with that. We'll do Hallowed Mist. Raiden can't be affected by their cards, and we'll, instead of top a deck, we'll do Snip Snip for draw 2. Draw half of Raiden's power rounded up, which is 2. Okay. And I think, we store Hallowed Mist, but you know, not like that's going anywhere. Okay, and then we draw 2 for turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Retreating jump, so we can keep 13 cards. Okay, so once again, let's evaluate this. We can do Thorn Whip is actually going to prevent them from moving Raiden over, which is funny. That's really funny. They didn't even know that was happening. Yeah. Okay. So I think still uncover it though, and just Move Arthur. Well, we could do Sword and Stone first. Let's see. Do we want to do... Can we... Yeah. If we uncover Thorn Whip, we get enough energy so we can play Dryad if we want. If we can afford to do something like that. So this would be 5, 6. If we get Marvelous Sword, that's 6, we move over, it's 10, 11, plus 1 for Wood Elf. Um, un Then we've got... We can Dryad for 5. So that would be 16. Honestly, I'd rather just score 5-star. Because like, there's almost no point in trying to get a solo against these guys. Can we score 5-star? Get Marvelous Sword, that's plus 3, so 10. I don't think we can. I think we will remove the energy from Druidic Circle to draw 2. And then we'll wait. We'll wait one more turn. I am concerned about Arthur getting moved by Raiden. Okay. Now we've got some more options. Yeah. We've got some options. We can start using Wild Guardian to farm some card draw on 5-star. Yeah. Interesting. We've got some options. Alright. Huh. We could do 5-star. Well, do Sword and Stone on 5-star. And that gets us 10 power there. This would be 16 out of 22, and we don't have an action. I mean, we could do Tree Stride to move the Wood Elf, but that's another 5. 16, 21. Ooh. That works with Sunburst. I don't like that. I don't like that because it's expensive. But we do get to refill our hand as we do it, like Wild Guardian's rare. But I almost kind of want to farm draw. I don't know if we can hold off another turn though before Mortal Kombat scores something. And I'd rather tie the score 9-9 than be down 7 to 11. I don't know. Do we wait or do we not wait? I don't know. Raiden's 3 or less, right? We can move Archimedes to Arthur. Yeah, we can move Archimedes to Arthur, and then he's 4 power, so Raiden can't move him. Okay, that makes me feel better about it. Okay, I think I'm good with that. So we'll leave Thorn Whip buried. We'll play Wild Guardian, place an energy on Druidic Circle, and second one doesn't matter, we'll do it on the Wood Elf, I guess. We'll move Archimedes to Arthur. Can we get him like 1 more power or something? Nah, doesn't look like it. Then we'll do Wild Guardian. Is it? Let's just uncover one of your cards. Okay. Oh, we have to draw with 5-star. Good berry. Okay. And then I think we're just going to do Wild Shape, because that'll let us do Dryad next turn for free. Like, yeah, we're pretty well set up. And yeah, we're protected against Raiden by Archimedes and Sword and Shield. And he can't be affected by action. So I think we're pretty good. I think I think we're okay. If we wanted to, we could do Digitus Figitus while Wild Guardian's not buried. What would we want? No point in getting Sword back. Maybe Wild Shape, Madam Mim, and what else? I kind of feel like we can hold off. If we hold off just a tiny bit more, then we can shuffle back Sword and well, no, that's going to go to the bottom, but we can shuffle back Arthur and Wild Guardian. Okay. If we hold off a couple more turns until after they're in the discard. Okay, so yeah, we're not going to play Digitus Figitus, and obviously we're not up against hand size. It wouldn't even prevent Trip Mash. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. We've played Wild Guardian, we played Wild Shape. We used Archimedes' talent. Yeah, yeah, we're good. Oh, and this gets another energy for playing Wild Shape. There we go. Okay, Sword and Shield and K. That's nice, but I think we'd rather just get rid of Raiden. Okay, what are these guys doing? Protection wears off. Can they score 5-star? It actually might be hard. I don't know if they are scoring 5-star. They don't have Thread the Needle. They do have Blessed Banquet in discard for the Solda. Okay, just thinking, without considering discard costs, we can do a Solda, uh, bottom deck Blessed Banquet. We could, and then we can get the extra minion, which can be Eternal Dancers, and we can do a doll to get both parts of Blessed Banquet with the special, and that's in place, so we wouldn't need to discard. Then we've got one more standard action we can play. Well, we got one more action generally. Hmm. Uh, yeah, I don't know. I don't think we're scoring anything this turn. Annoying. We can do Paramore. That gives these guys +2. We can swap Raiden. We don't have Scorpion or anything, so we can't move in the Wood Elf. We can't swap in Gwen. Gotta be strictly less. Swapping in anything else doesn't make sense. I mean, Shang Tsung, I guess, for an extra VP, but we can't score the base, so. Yeah, okay. So, take all this back. We could do Ghostly Paramore to. Do we have one in our discard pile, maybe? I would rather do it that way, if possible. Okay. We've got. We can defend checkpoint at left. It's very clear they're gearing up for a score there. Although, well, yeah, we don't know what this is. We don't know what this is. We know this is Wild Guardian. Huh. We could do a Solda for Ghostly Paramore from our discard, place the doll somewhere, and then we get Needlework back. It's an idea. Have we shuffled our deck since the beginning of the game? Because I'm trying to remember if we still got Solda on the bottom of our deck. I think we have. I think we played a doll at some point in that shuffled our deck. I think. I'm not entirely certain. I still think that's the right thing to do, unless this power counter comes off. I don't think we can get somebody to 6 power to swap Ghostly Paramore, to swap to Gwen with Ghostly Paramore. We could swap to Shang Tsung? No, I don't think that makes sense. Like, play a Dancers, use Paramore, swap to Shang Tsung. We could do not only if we put Shang Tsung in Cooler Ice Castle, that only works once with the Cooler Ice Castle. I think we could still do that though. No sense in moving Raiden right now. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll do Dancers. This is just gonna be a setup turn. We'll do Dancers. We do Ghostly Paramour. This has an and, so Dancers get +2. And now we can swap Dancers for 4. We'll do Shang Tsung. Power goes away. And we'll swap an action from my hand with 1 for a discard pile. We'll swap Finish him for Needlework. Alright. Good setup turn, I think. And we've got Fatality Doll for defense, so I'm not concerned on getting soloed. Okay. Then I think we're good. Draw 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Still don't have to discard because of retreating time. Okay. Okay. Now it's their turn. I think they're about to pop off. They can definitely do this and uncover Thorn Whip, move probably Shang Tsung in, diffuse that. Probably better than getting rid of Raiden. We would draw from this. This would get an energy. This gets +3. We're going to be able to move Arthur in. We'll be able to do Dryad as well. Sword and Stone we can do to grab Marvelous Sword. Yeah, we're about to score. We're about to score, I think, checkpoint on life. I'd rather do that than 5-star since we got the Wild Guardian and 5-star engine going. Grab Marvelous Sword, put that on Arthur. Boop, boop, boop. So that would draw us another card. So that's going to bottom. We could move this all over with. I'm just thinking about stuff before I decide if I need to do the Dryad. Then we can do this if we wanted to. We can draw 2 more with. We can draw up to 4 with Dryad with Druidic Circle. Holy crap! Yeah. Wow. Yeah, we got a ton of draw, and then that's not even considering Marvelous Sword. Yeah. Okay. This is completely deterministic, and I'm fine with using Marvelous Sword for this because, yeah, I'm fine with using Marvelous Sword for this because we're about to get stuff back. I think. I'd rather wait 1 turn on Digitus Fidgetus if I can help it, so that I can shuffle Arthur back. Okay, so this is all before we even. Yeah. Okay. So this would go away. Then we do Dryad. This is all before we do the movement. Okay, so this is not here yet. That's not 15. 6, 10. That's 10. So it's 14. Did I miscount this then? Well, this is. Arthur's a 7 right now. So no, I didn't. Moving Arthur over is going to add 9. Okay, so yeah, we're drawing these cards now. I'm gonna commit to this. And then after we play the Dryad, we have to do checkpoint to left. Well, I'll just gamble. That's fine, honestly, because we got Goodberry. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. And then we'll draw 4 with the Druidic Circle, and we're committing this going to the bottom. Yeah. Draw 4 with Druidic Circle. Now Wood Elf moves over all this. They've got +1. Can we move away Archimedes to somebody other than Wild Guardian? I mean, may as well, right? Even if we don't get the draw. This is without any of our regular plays, which is kind of bonkers. If we can double score, we want to do 5-star first so that Raiden can't fatality and move away, preventing it. Okay, but if we can add 10 power here, then we can get the double score, which is kind of bonkers. Okay, we can do Hector. That's rare. Hector can play Bart. We'll have to discard 1 discard queued. We'll have to remember that. 2 discards queued, but we draw another card. Archimedes can move over. And we can just do any action we want. We can't do Good Berry, that's okay though. Just do Sword and Shield, I guess. Yeah. And we'll just put it on Hector. And then yeah, Archimedes can move over. That comes off here, this goes over here. So I'll make sure the power's good after we're done with this. Okay, so this would get moved. And we'll have to do 2 discards before I look at anything. Let's just make sure the power's correct. So this is 7, 12. This is 6, so 18. Yeah. 18 plus 4 is 22. And then over here, 6, 5 is 11, 13, 15. Am I missing something? 15. Okay, so looks like, okay, so that means we gotta actually get a bit more power on 5-star. 6, 11, 13, 15. Yeah. Okay. So can they, instead of doing Sword and Shield, is there a better action? An action that can add 4 power. I'm fine with at least getting the 1 score. Can Tree Stride help us out somehow? I don't think so. Let's look at these. Hold on. Yeah, I'm fine with this. We can commit to all this. Well, okay, I'll at least commit to this, so we only draw 1. The draw is coming from Ector and Pelennor and Archimedes, yes. Yeah, I'm at least going to commit to this. End, okay? Actually, maybe we don't. Technically, I shouldn't be doing this, but I don't want to put Archimedes there, so if I can help it, then maybe it would be better to score a cooler ice castle instead. And just put as much power there as we can. That seems better. Yeah. And we can tree stride to move over Wild Guardian, so we can still do the chain I was talking about. We just don't get extra draw from it. We also don't have to discard for it, so we can do tree stride, Hector, who plays Bart and Pelennor. Then we move Archimedes. Yeah, I'll do that now. Yeah, so now we can draw, what, one card? Yeah, one card with Pelennor. And then, what's the most we can add? I don't know if we can actually add all that much. Maybe we good berry for the Dryad on Cooler Ice Castle then, because this is a big chunk of power, and we're probably going to get into a specials war, but we've got Sunburst and we've got good berry. If we bury a Dryad, that's a big swing. It's big swing potential, at least. Okay. Yeah, I'm good with that. Do we want to do Digitus Fidgetus? We're not going to reshuffle yet. We're not going to shuffle our discard yet. So we can hold off one more turn if we want. Get Arthur back. Get Sword and Stone off the bottom. Yeah, I think I like that. Let me bury a drag. Okay. I think we're good to commit. And we have to do Aleph first so that Raiden doesn't ruin our plans. Yeah. I think we're going to move Archimedes to Ector, actually. Okay. Yeah, I'll commit to this. Aleph is going to start scoring. Any specials for these guys? No. For these guys, they've got a fatality. So we can do, we don't want to do Shang Tsung, obviously. Raiden. Do we have two fatalities? No. We've only got the one fatality, so we can't both move Shang Tsung off and then jump on with a doll. We could do, well, we can just do Raiden to get over there on our next turn, so I don't feel the need to do that. Maybe we'll just leave this for now, then. Just let the score get tied 9-9. That's fine. Okay. So 4 here and 2 here. This all goes away. They do know that that's a Dryad buried by good buried, but I think that's okay. Just means they got to be a little bit more careful. Nightmare Avenue, okay. And then Cooler Ice Castle's going to score. No point in doing Raiden. Yet, at least. Yeah, we'll just take the 1 VP, and all the cards stay. Shambhala. Wow. Almost got the double score. It's funny. If they'd just been able to get one more power, if they'd done Sword and Shield, but, hard to know, Who knows, it still could work out in their favor. I'll just enter and draw 2. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Discard Ent, I guess? Okay. What are these guys doing? Probably they want to respond to Shambhala and at least try to win it. I don't know if they can, though. Raiden can move. We could do a Solda. That's a Dryad, though. We know that that's Dryad. That's gross. Ooh. Maybe we just hop on. But they can. But we do want to score in our turn, though, because otherwise, I think it actually is almost guaranteed to solo unless we get second fatality. Ooh. They're putting them in a tight spot. Hmm. I think the best way for us to guarantee a VP from Shambhala, uh, we can get Shang Tsung back to still win with one score on like 5 star or something. Because we can do Ghostly Paramore. Right? We've got another Ghostly Paramore? Oh, did we use both Ghostly Paramours? We used both Ghostly Paramours, didn't we? Yeah, we did. Tricky, tricky, tricky. Hmm. We got a Solda, though. We've got a Solda. I think the only way for us to guarantee that we get a point from Shambhala is to put a doll there or something, or put a minion there. I don't necessarily want to make it a Solda, though. And then when that gets stolen by the Dryad, we can Fatality Doll. And I think that 10th VP is very important since we've got access to bonus VP with Shang Tsung. I think that's their path to victory. Yeah. I prefer to do it this way. Yeah, whenever we get Shang Tsung back is fine. We've got needlework as well, so we can uh, prepare in that way as well. That's not an and or. Sub-Zero, no. 1,000 cuts. I think we're going to play needlework. What are we storing? We don't have anything to store. We don't have anything to store with needlework. Annoying. Okay. Maybe just do 1,000 cuts then? 1,000 cuts could shuffle back Ghostly Paramore? I think I prefer to shuffle back Ghostly Paramore than Shang Tsung directly. Well, maybe we do want to just do Shang Tsung directly. Our deck's getting pretty thin. We need to get to Shang Tsung somehow. I think we have faster access if we do shuffle at Ghostly Paramore, actually. Yeah. Alright. We'll just do 1,000 cuts, shuffle back the Ghostly Paramore. It also guarantees that we've got that bottom deck to Solda off the bottom. Do we want to do 2 things with a doll? Get started on that 5 star score? I think I'm amenable to that. Draw a card as well. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, we'll leave it there. Shambhala is going to score. Do they even want a Sunburst? I don't think they even care. I think they're fine with letting them get the point. Go to 13 to 10. Because obviously Shang Tsung does exist and they know that, but they can still try and score 5 star on their own. This is really good from a tempo perspective for them. I think they want to save Sunbursts so that they can use that to uh, score 5-star on their own, or just any base, you know. Okay, so 13, 10. Okay, this is all gonna go away. Like the Dryad getting whiffed is completely fine, honestly. It was a threat. It was a very, very credible threat. Like enough of a threat that they had to concede the base. Draw 2. Oh, goes to power came back. Good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. We finally have to discard something with retreat, even through retreating jump. Discard 1,000 cuts, I think. Yeah. Okay. What are we doing? I think we want to start with Digitus Figitus, although we don't get the extra action from it. Yeah, we don't get the extra action from Digitus Figitus, but I think that's fine. We definitely want to play it. The question is, what else do we do? Huh. This array of bases is interesting. I think we play in Dark Thicket, because that one, they have to solo and get Shang Tsung to win. I think it's just going to be a race. So maybe we do Wood Elf, Bury, Wall of Thorns? Well, it's not much different than just... No, it is different because of Sunburst. Yeah, we'll do Wall of Thorns. And then our action will be Digitus Figitus. And what do we want back? I think we want Wild Guardian back. And I think we want... I think we want something else for power. Marvelous Sword? Marvelous Sword and Arthur. Because Arthur is the de facto leader. Okay, just thinking out loud here. Next turn, they're going to have Wall of Thorns. And let's say we shuffle just Arthur and the sword. Then we're incredibly likely to at least draw Arthur. And then that guarantees that we get both the sword and the stone. And that would be what? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 12. Sunburst would make 15. Annoying. It's up to 3, right? Yeah, it's up to 3. I think, alternatively, we shuffle back Wild Guardian. And just Wild Guardian, so we guaranteed get it. Then, next turn, we uncover Wall of Thorns. That's K for 6, Wild Guardian for what? 11? 2 energy, so we'd have 5 energy total, and then Sunburst is 5. Yeah, okay. So Digitus Figitus is just going to shuffle back Wild Guardian. And then we go for turn. Okay. They're close to actually winning a game, which is really nice. I was a little worried about that. We'll see if they can, actually win, but let's see. Scorpion could pull over. We need to get Shang Tsung to win, though. I don't know if we can play Scorpion and get Shang Tsung out. I don't even know if we can score this turn, regardless of what we do. Maybe we do Sub-Zero to stall? Yeah, do Sub-Zero to stall. Oh, the Goodberry should have been shuffled into their deck. Hold on. I have to redo their draws, because it's actually kind of like that they draw Goodberry. This, and then, yeah, that's mandatory. I still think they do it that way, yeah. Okay. Okay. Uh, does that actually slant them towards also shuffling in Arthur and the sword? It might. I think it does. In which case they would. Let's put these back for now. Arthur and sword. If it's not guaranteed in any case, then we'll just shuffle back all of our stuff. Okay. Now what do we got? Okay. Yeah, if it wasn't guaranteed, that definitely changes their line. And I think that's what they're gonna do. I think they want to play Sub-Zero to stall. But they don't necessarily want to put more on 5-star because uh well, I mean Sub-Zero does kind of negate most of the threats that they would have. Like, Marvelous Sword or Thorn Whip or something like that. Yeah, they're gonna do Sub-Zero and they draw. Okay. What are they doing with an action? They can't Ghostly Paramore. We'll move Raiden, I guess, spread out. We'll do Needlework and store Ghostly Paramore. Yeah. Okay. I'm happy with that, I think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Retreating jump means they're okay. Okay. Sub-Zero is annoying. Can they stall at all? They can't use Withering to stall because they can't play actions. I guess I just gotta hope they don't have it. Which is really, really funny. We're so close, and yet so far. I guess they'll do Wild Guardian and just place an energy on the Wood Elf. And then next turn they can uncover both Wild Guardian and what's it called? They can't even play Sword and Shield to prevent Wood Elf from getting. Well, I mean, that wouldn't protect from Scorpion, obviously. Yeah. They do have to do quite a lot to get that. Like, they need to both solo the base. Actually, yeah, they need to solo the base to win it. And they need Shang Tsung. Yeah, they're starting from 9, though. Hmm. I mean, it's not. Again, we can't really stall anyway, so it's just gotta pray. Alright, so I guess we're just gonna do this. And there's no point in putting energy on anything else, because uh, attachments are removed when you uncover a bury. Okay. Sub-Zero might have sealed the game. We'll see. Oh, actually, hold on. No, no, no. Maybe they want to defend. Maybe they want to just defend. 5-star. Uh, that's what they draw. They want to defend 5-star, I think. Because yeah. They want to just defend 5-star. They don't care about. They still have the line that I was talking about earlier. Like, they want to just do this or something. And just do this or something. Like, that makes it so much harder. Because they have to solo the base and get Shang Tsung. Yeah, okay. Almost had a brain fart. Yeah, that's way better. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay. Now we can think about this. And that's gonna be way harder. They can solo with Raiden. Oh, actually, yeah, they can't stop. The option they would have for Raiding does exist, and I have to figure. Now, I'm still thinking about is this actually optimal defense? Uh, because they don't have these. Because Raiden can move off a 3. And we can't play Sword and Shielder as something to just, guaranteed have defense. They could play Wild Guardian there. And they could even bury it with Sunburst. Do they have a line guaranteed to win Dark Thicket next turn? If without Wild Guardian. Because remember, the Wood Elf's ability is going to get canceled. So even if this doesn't get scored, they would have. I'm still going to do this. They would have to. Well, we can decide that after we get the draw. I don't. I think this was the first one. Okay, so yeah, that doesn't affect their decision making at all. That's a completely irrelevant card at this point in the game, especially since they can't play actions. The question is, do they bury Wild Guardian now? Do they need Sunburst to win? Which is very possible. Sunburst can be used to either enable burying Wild Guardian, or it can be used to score Dark Thicket next turn. If we have a score of Dark Thicket without Sunburst next turn, I think we do bury Wild Guardian. So we would uncover Wall of Thorns. That lets us play Arthur and Kay. So it's 6, 8. Arthur gets us the sword no matter what. Actually, we have 2 cards left in deck now, so we're guaranteed to get Sword in the Stone. Well, we got the Sword in the Stone. We're guaranteed to get Marvelous Sword, so Arthur can play Marvelous Sword for free. So that would do 6, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and then they've got they just need an action play that adds 3 power. They don't have that, do they? No. They don't have that. They would need Sunburst. They would need Sunburst. Yeah. That's really funny. They still need Sunburst to win next turn. Right? Arthur makes 5. This makes 8. Arthur can play the sword for 11, 12, 13. Then they just have an action play. And yeah. So they have to leave Wild Guardian uncovered so they don't need Sunburst for points. Okay. I mean, that's fine. If that's what they need to do, that's what they need to do. Okay, this is optimal defense. Because Raiden can't move it for free. Okay, now we finally get to their turn proper. Okay. They can probably score the base pretty easily, but I don't know if they can get Shang Tsung, and they definitely can't solo it. We would have to do Nightmare Avenue instead. Yeah, we have to do Nightmare Avenue instead. I have to actually draw the cards. And we can't move Wild Guardian or... Yeah, they still have to solo the base, so they can't use Scorpion. We don't have... We don't have... I thought we did have a Ghostly Power. Oh, both the Soldas are in our hand. That's right, it's here. I'm gonna do this. Blessed Banquet. Blessed Banquet. Where's Blessed Banquet? Oh, I put it on the bottom of my deck, didn't I? Oh! Annoying. Skip and slash? Yeah, you skip and slash. And we'll place a doll to make it an and. So now we can move over Sub-Zero. We can't swap Ghostly Paramour that way, though. We do get an extra action. But now we can't. So we have to leave Sub-Zero over there for now. So we'll swap the move for the minion swap. Oh, we can't do that yet. We don't have a minion power 5 or more. Man! I don't know if they can do it. They need a minion power 5 or more to swap for Shang Tsung. They don't have any. They don't have any ways to power up. Hmm. Hmm. Do they have ways to stall? I don't know if they do. Oh, and we've got Kano. Kano on Dark Thicket. Yeah, they just got to stall. Kano on Dark Thicket. We can use signature move to. We can use signature move to Raiden him off, and I guess Sub-Zero on. Oh no, it's got to be two different minions. Never mind. Gotta wait. Gotta wait more. But if we don't like play Eternal Dancers or something this turn, then we're not getting. Oh, this is no, this isn't discard. Then we're not getting next turn either. We're not getting. We're not swapping for Shang Tsung next turn. Ah. Is there any way we can stall? Sub-Zero can destroy the Wood Elf if we move him over with Raiden, but then he's just stuck there. He's just stuck there at that point. Oh man. Is there some things the Solda can do to stall? Oh no, we do have Fleshy Banquet. Oh, okay. I just missed it. We do this. I think we have to do the power counter and swap that for the swap. Stitch it to the swap because we don't have any other and cards in our hand. So now Solda gets swapped for Shang Tsung. We still might not be able to score. We can do this. We know we have to do it on Nightmare, because of the solo. We still might not be able to score. They're going to get as close as they can. They're going to get as close as they can, I think, but yeah. I don't know if they can actually score. Because that's our normal minion. Now I've got our distraction. Copy talent of another player's minion. Bury it. Shang Tsung can bury himself. That's actually kind of funny. Yeah. Shang Tsung could copy Wild Guardian to bury itself, and the next turn it could copy Wood Elf to move somebody in. It's cute, but I don't think they're getting it next turn. Yeah. I don't know what we're doing with our action. Like it's not like we can return Sub-Zero to our hand and play him again. Yeah. What do we do with our action? Nothing. Yeah, no signature moves help. Yeah. Yeah, it's the best we can do, I think. Okay. Hold on. Because like, yeah, we can't sell a Nightmare. We only have 9 power there. We need to add 12 with our action. That isn't happening. Partly because we don't have Fred the Needle. All right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. You gotta discard one. One of these guys. Yeah, we just got jumping. We'll get rid of one dancers, I guess. Okay, I think these guys win. We got Wall of Thorns, gets 4 energy. Somehow these guys are winning. Start turn, they remove an energy, and they can play a mini power 3 or less. It's gonna be Arthur, who plays Marvelous Sword. Okay, and then we've got Kay as our normal minion, and Sunburst to finish it off. Yeah, that's all I need. Remove any number of energy. Boop, boop. And we get +4 there. Nice. I'm happy. Okay. And there's nothing they can do to spoil the fun, right? Well, I mean, they're gonna Fatality Doll. We're gonna do this. Just to stick it to them, you know? And that's the only Fatality they have, right? Yeah, it is. Yeah, that's it. Score is 17 to 13. All right. Druids and Sword of the Stone got a win. I'm very glad. I was a little concerned that they would get blown out, but they didn't. That's awesome. All right, so there's going to be a game 4. Great. All right. Well, move on to that, I guess. All right, time for game number 4. Mortal Kombat and Shadowed Isles is going first this time since Druids and Sword in the Stone won the last game. We're using base deck number 4, the medium-high risk deck. Let's get started. All right, so not necessarily a cracked opening hand, but pretty good opening hand. I think we're going to start with Goro somewhere. I'm going to hold off on Gwen until we have more options for what to store initially. Well, it shouldn't take too long, one would hope. We'll put Goro on, I don't know, on Mountainous Meadows maybe? These are kind of weird bases to want to put Gwen on as an engine. Yeah. We're not playing Ghostly Paramore yet, obviously. Yeah, I think we're just going to leave it there. Maybe instead we put him here, take one of the Madness from Leyline Nexus. Got our custom Madness going. Yeah. Let's see. Is that better? It's to or from, yeah. And unfortunately, Madness cards aren't scripted, so we'll have to just keep track of that, but you know, it's okay. Let's see, and we'll use Leyline to transfer our Madness to probably Summoning Lab. Yeah. All right. Okay, now we got at least other minions we can play. These guys only have Sir Pellinor in their opening hand, which is kind of awful. Yeah, that's just awful. Well, we're gonna play Pellinor somewhere, I guess. Uh, I guess we'll put Night Training down. Uh, We'll do Pellinor, Bury, Withering, I guess. We'll play Night Training. Like Pellinor's just blank too. Power counter gotta go on somebody else. Alright. Oh, okay. Well, we got something at least. Alright, what are these guys doing? Let's see. I don't think we can break Leyline Nexus. Let's see, we could do 7. Shang Tsung is 7, 11. Taking down the Madness is 13. But yeah, we don't have actions to add power, so yeah, I think we're good. We'll play Johnny Cage on Mountainous Meadows. We draw, they discard, right? Yeah. These guys will get rid of Sword and Shield. Do they want to bury? I don't think so. Maybe they'll bury the doll. They're not at risk against Scylla anytime soon, so yeah. And then they'll pass on action again. Okay, Sub-Zero's nice. Have in the back pocket. Jumping Kick, also good. What are these guys doing? They don't want to uncover Johnny Cage. Not exactly the sort of thing you want to have returned to the hand. I'll do Night Training, I guess. Then I'm going to do Wood Elf, bury the Sword and Stone here, and play Archimedes. Transfer over to Pelennor and at least get a card draw. Yeah, that's minion action. Wow. Okay. What are these guys doing? I can probably score a Leyline this turn. Like, uncover the doll. Draw an Andor card. No, no, no. Right? No. Nope. Yes. Can I score Mountainous Meadows? Get Archimedes out of the way? That'd be nice. Let's see, Shang Tsung, Jumping Kick. Yeah, we just have to bury something. Seems fine to me. We just have to bury something when we play Shang Tsung. Playing Jumping Kick. What do I want to get rid of? I guess we'll get rid of Ghostly Paramore. Oh, it's about to become good. We've got Shang Tsung in our discard pile after this turn. I guess we could maybe get rid of Mist. I wouldn't mind that. I think it's probably better. Okay, so when we play Shang Tsung, we bury a card, and somebody gets +1 for each buried card there. Alright. And then 4 base scores will Fatality on Shang Tsung, increase the first place VP reward by 1. These guys got nothing. So that's 5 and 2. Goodbye Withering, goodbye Archimedes. Okay, we need some monsters. There we go. Alright, ooh, Uppercut, that's nice. That's probably a good base to put Gwen on, too. That's nice. Okay. No more Archimedes is sad. I think we'll play That's What Makes the World Go Round. Place the power counter on what else? Oh, do we? Yeah, we'll uncover Sword and Stone. I don't think we're going to use it yet, though. Draw 2 cards. And then play the Ent, maybe? Play the Ent on Leyline Nexus, and then next turn we could potentially use it for Summoning Lab. What do we have in our discard pile? Just Pelennor as far as minions go, right? Yeah. I think we kind of... What would we... We could discard the other Pelennor to play Pelennor from our discard, and then play the Ent somewhere else. Yeah, because I think it's fairly unlikely that they'll score that next turn, and I think having a Madness would help us quite a bit. Maybe we should, if we're thinking about this, maybe we should, well, no, we had to uncover this before we did the draws. Yeah, we'll just do this, and we'll take a Madness. And we'll keep it there for the moment. Alright. Yeah. Okay. I was hoping to that I was hoping not get that in her hand, but well, it's okay. Oh, we wanted to do Pelennor for discard pile, that's right. Discard a Pelennor, play the other Pelennor. Yeah, there we go. Okay, now we go. Like, I don't think we can score Summoning Lab, but it would be funny. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah, we're not scoring this turn. Yeah, doesn't look like it. I'll just play Gwen and store Paramore, I guess? Yeah. Then we'll do Air's Rock. Oh, I gotta shuffle. Ooh, Haltosis. And Wishing Ring. Holy. Huh. I think we'll bottom deck these. I don't think the opponent has much way to remove monsters out of nowhere, so I think we're fine to put the contest. We'll put Wishing Ring second, just in case. Okay. And then I don't think I want to play Needlework yet, partly because I don't have anything to store with it. Okay. Ooh, okay. Is that and or? Yes. Okay. Okay. What are these guys doing? We can do Sword in the Stone to play Marvelous Sword. That brings the breakpoint back down. It would be unfortunate if all I have there to defend is the Madness. But like, I don't think they wanted to use Summoning Lab anyway, so yeah. Hmm. No way to play stuff out of turn for the Ent, unfortunately. Hmm. Sword would be worth, what, 2, 3-ish? So that'd be 10, 11. So it's a 5. And then I can play the end. Yeah, I can score something lab this turn. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Score is going to be 6 to 8. I mean, it's not great, but I don't know if we can do much else. I feel like we can't move the Wood Elf over the ley line or anything. We get to save the madness, I guess. Alright, sure. We'll play the Marvelous Swords. Again, just unfortunate that was in our hand. Breakpoint increase goes away. Play Sir Ector. We've got another minion power 5 or more there. The Wood Elf is a 6. So we'll play the Ent. Do we want to play Wall of Thorns? I think not without minions to play with it. And obviously I don't think we care about using Summoning Lab. Just to play a Palinor. Doesn't make sense. Alright, Summoning Lab scores. No specials for anybody. Yeah. That's 4 and 3. Kind of unfortunate the way that the bases came out for them, but what you gonna do, right? Gotta get points somehow. This goes to their district pile. Ooh, visitor center. Okay. Draw 2. Ooh, okay. Okay. Now we might be cooking with gas. Maybe. Okay. Hmm. I think they want to gun down Visitor Center hard because giving these guys draws that won them the last game, I think. So the question is, do they just do Sub-Zero now, or do they save Sub-Zero for later in the game and play Isolde? We've got Ghostly Paramore in the discard pile. They could play Isolde. Hallowed Mist. Replace one of the things with something on Gwen. Oh, there's something from Ghostly Paramore. And store Hallowed Mist. What point would that have? What point would that have? Get something back? Get the madness back, I guess, for draw? That's not a bad idea, although we will have a draw from Visitor Center. And we'd have to decide this now. I don't know. Yeah, we'll just do Sub-Zero now. Slow them down a little bit. Yeah, I'll just do Sub-Zero now. Draw 2. I don't think there's much they're going to want to shuffle. They can shuffle now. We'll probably shuffle back Marvelous Sword. And that's it. Maybe a Wood Elf. Yeah, sure. Let's shuffle a Wood Elf back as well. So we got Thread the Needle now. Oh, Trip Mash. Oh, they don't have 4 cards. We could play Needlework and store Thread the Needle. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Okay. Seems good to me. Okay, they can't play actions. They're gonna do Wild Guardian. Just get drawn. Ooh, this came back. That's nice. What do these guys want back? Uh, let's shuffle a doll back. And kind of learned my lesson from last game. I think they just want Shang Tsung back in the deck. Okay. And then Mulberry Wild Guard. Oh, what do they want to do with... I guess I'll just do the energy if they're not going to do anything else. And then Mulberry Wild Guardian. Okay. Hmm. Okay. Sub-Zero's effect wears off. What are these guys doing? Stasis counter comes off. Can they score Visitor Center? That seems hard. That seems very hard. Even if we've got something to do with this. Can't uppercut anybody. I think we just need a little bit more setup. I think we'd be fine with losing the next base, assuming that there isn't the five pointer that comes out, because they'll get Shang Tsung back eventually, and then like, score Ayers Rock with Shang Tsung on it, and a Fatality in hand that would win. Yeah. Da, da, da. What are we doing? What are we doing this turn? I'm still hesitant to put anything else on Visitor Center just because I don't know what bursts they're capable of. Soul doesn't have good options though. Like we could do Hallowed Mist for the protection, because sometimes that matters. It doesn't matter all the time though. We don't have any other cards we want to shuffle back into our deck, which is annoying. Thread the Needle. Hmm. I think that if we do a Solda, even without a doll to turn something directly into an and, if we discard with Gwen, that turns it into an and for Needlework to replace. What would we actually do with that, though? I don't know. Not a whole lot. Okay, we just need to do some setup then. Maybe we set up on Ayers Rock. It's 9, burst of 12. I mean, it's not completely out of the question, unfortunately. Hmm. If we put, what's it called, Isolde on Ayers Rock, that's also burst 12, but from scratch, which probably a little bit harder, right? Hmm. Tough. I don't know. Uh, I I just don't know. It's not unreasonable that they could, but it's not. It's also not necessarily likely. Like, what have they used so far? They've used both Palinors. They haven't used any Barts, and obviously Wild Guardian enables Bart. It feels like they're still pretty well stocked. Uh, yeah, I think I'm scared enough to use Isolde for Hallowed Mist. We can Trip Mash. That's another option. Get a sense of how good their hand is by what they discard. It's also an idea. Okay, maybe we do that first. Trip Mash. What are these guys getting rid of? They've got both copies of Wild Shape. They could get rid of that. They can't get rid of Cadence, their only minion in hand. I don't want to get rid of Thorn over Sword and Stone. Maybe get rid of Wall of Thorns since we're not getting many minions right now. Yeah, it's a little slow to do much. But, I mean, so is everything else in Druids. I don't know. I'll get rid of a Wild Shape. Keep our options open. Okay, then they draw, and return that to Kano. Hmm. Maybe we prepare it to score a ley line or something. Put like a dancers here. Even just take a madness. That's a little risky because it would be a burst of 10. Yeah, I mean, take the madness next turn then. Just put the dancers there. You could even do Kano instead, but I feel like doing Kano means we don't have the ability to actually score it next turn. Yeah. All right. I'll leave it there. We'll bide our time a little bit. Yeah. So this also enables uppercut as well, so that's an option. Oh, Scorpion. That kind of makes uppercut not needed anymore, but you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Good in hand size. All right. Uncover this. No cards to uncover, so let us do energy. And what's it called? Gets another one, and I'll draw 2 at the visitor center. Okay. Do these guys want anything back? I think not. Maybe jumping kick? Yeah, they get the jumping kick back. Can we score visitor center? If we do the Ent, if we do an energy off the Ent, it's a 4. You can play Wood Elf, and the talent can move in Ent. And that'll be what? 12, 16. Leyline Nexus can move the Madness over for 18. And then we don't have actions that add power. Of course. We could do. Hmm. Hmm. I don't know. Hmm. Okay, so they can't score, unfortunately. Yeah, they're just a little bit off. Hmm. What are we preparing for? Maybe we can prepare to score ley line? Seems potentially difficult. Unless we just do sword in the stone there, and we do like K somewhere else. Yeah, I think we're burying this at this point. Do this. I think they would definitely rather score ley line than visitor center. Hmm. It's gotta be there. Yeah. I would definitely not like to. It's gotta go to your other cards there, right? Yeah. So that's probably not gonna matter. Instead of Sword in the Stone, we could do Wall of Thorns. Uh, I do think that the chances of that actually resulting in more net stalling is not likely necessarily, but it's also not nothing. And then we can play a K on Air's Rock or something. And the advantage there is Wall of Thorns next turn will let us play a Wood Elf from hand and immediately bury like Wild Shape or something. And then when we uncover Wild Guardian next turn, that can also do Wild Shape, and that gives us a Mega Ent, which gives us a Mega Wild Shape. I think it's worth going for at least. And then we'll float a K on Visitor Center maybe, so we can stay flexible. Yeah, we did see that they stored Thread the Needle. So maybe we put K somewhere where the defender can't kick us off with Fatality. Uh, yeah, maybe. Maybe we. Yeah, okay. What we'll do is we'll move our Madness away with Leyline, because we can always move it back next turn. Yeah, I like that. Okay, I think this is spread pretty optimally. Okay, Dryad's also nice. Okay, so yeah, we're well set up to score a Leyline next turn if we can afford to, if we can get the turn stalled out successfully. All right. I think they would prefer to score something of their own first, though. Like, I think they're pretty prepared to score something, though. You know? Let's think. Uh, Arizrock is kind of a 5/3 with that Wishing Ring sitting on top. Hippogriff is also sort of annoying for defense. Yeah, I guess K isn't safe in either spot, is he? Well, if they have threes or less there, yeah, okay. It's more safe. Anyway, what are these guys doing? They actually might not be able to score something this turn. They've got Isolde and a doll. What and stuff do they have in their discard? It's just the mist, but they can turn that into basically whatever they want. I'd rather not do Visitor Center probably, although a score of 12 to 8 is like fine. Even if they counterpunch by scoring Leyline, like, what are they gonna do? It's still turn advantage for us and point advantage. Especially if they take out more Madness debt to score Leyline. Yeah, okay. If we can score Visitor's Hunter, then I'll do that. So we can do Isolde, plays Hallowed Mist, as it, with only one half of it, but we can do Dull to turn that into both halves. Gwen can stitch something on, Needlework can replace something, so we can turn this into basically whatever we want. I don't think it makes sense to swap something for Ghostly Paramore. Let's see. Well, we're not going to need protection if we can score the base. So we reduce by 4 and place it on. Well, also, we're just gonna end up storing it with either Gwen or Thread the Needle. So I think that's, yeah. Maybe we'll just store it under Gwen, because I don't think either half of Ghostly Paramore makes sense. Assuming we can, actually score it. Maybe we can't. Yeah, maybe we can't. Yeah, we need 6 more, but that's not really coming from anywhere, is it? Yeah, okay. They still can't score. That's actually kind of funny. This goes back to discard. This gets stored again. They're going to want to do something next turn. What do they do this turn? Can they score Leyline? Even through... Well, this was a burst of 15. This was a burst of... Okay, this is a burst of 14, and the Madness can help. And Eternal Dancers can help. So that might be easier. So we'd have Isolde 3. This gets placed, so it doesn't get the -1. Can't react. But also can't take a Madness that way. That gets stitched into whatever we want. This can become a 4 if we want, but like maybe that doesn't matter. Reduce the breakpoint. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ooh, that's so close. Okay, yeah, they can K with they can use uppercut to get K over there. Oh, is it player move though? Yeah, but that doesn't matter. It's just 2. Yeah. Okay, so we're stitching thread the needle on, and we're going to cancel the other half and store it with Gwen. And then our action will be uppercut. Move K over. K gets -1, but it doesn't matter. Okay. That's it, right? Yeah, just played a minion and Isolde. We played an action, which was uppercut. Yeah. Oh, we'll store Hallowed Mist with Needlework instead of Gwen. Yeah, just so there's something under under Needlework in the first place. All right, Leyline scores. K's not a 5, so he can't move anybody. These guys get 3, and nobody else gets anything. They are down a VP from Madness, but something tells me it's not going to matter. It would be hard pressed for it to matter, at least. Yeah, losing that big ent sucks, but it's okay. And like in fairness, playing Sword in the Stone wouldn't have been enough either, because then K wouldn't have gotten the -1. Well, it was 2 stalling versus 3. They would have had to put a little bit more effort. Maybe that would have been enough, but I think it was still worth it to go for Wall of Thorns instead. Okay. Warcrafters is up. Okay. Well, these guys are going to start with Wild Guardian, who once again doesn't have anything. Oh, we can, we have enough energy to just play the Dryad, which is kind of funny. We'll do Visitor Center. Okay. Oh, oh. There we go. What do these guys want back? Nothing, I don't think. Yeah. Maybe a doll. They want doll back. Yeah. Let's see. Can they score Visitor Center? They could remove the energy from the Madness to play Dryad. Then we just need 6 more. They can't do 6. They cannot do 6. Somehow they can't do 6 power. Wow. What a deck. What a deck. Can't burst 6. And this is the deck where soloing is pointless. Well, not pointless, but not much point to it. Although, they've used a couple... I don't think they... We don't know that they don't have any dolls, but they have used a lot of dolls and gotten them back with Visitor Center, so it's not out of the question that they don't. They're also probably about to blow up something. My feeling is we can do this. What else? Oh, yeah, if they score Visitor Center, they win. They need a solo. They really just need a solo. They'll put K Wild Shape out, I guess. Do they want to do Warcrafters at all? No. Gosh, like, that's just miserable. Yeah, well, I think that's kind of it, right? Yeah, I mean, this is still good, because next turn we can do Wood Elf, and if we don't need the Dryad, then... Well, K can move Sub-Zero away, so that part wouldn't be an issue. It's the potential doll coming in afterwards that's the problem. Yeah, I think this is still good, though. Okay. Can these guys win? Put their opponent out of their misery? Yeah, potentially. Not guaranteed. We do Scorpion, Dragon, K. Treasures aren't going to matter if we score. No, we can't score that way, at least. can't score that way. Isolde. Thread the needle. We don't have a doll, but we do have Gwen. We can do the -4 stitch on. Huh. No, I don't think we can score. Okay. We want to do something with needlework before it goes away? I don't think we can. I think we just prep to score Ayers Rock. It's Snip Snip K. Is there a better thing we can do? Like, we can be super mean. We'll start with Lukong, maybe. Draw a card. Okay, retreating jump. Yeah, I think we just need to be mean and snip snip on K. Just completely negate their last turn. Which is, kind of sad, but whatever. This goes back up. Yeah, it's gotta be another player's minion. Can't be a monster. Yeah, I feel like that's just the best thing to do here. It's just a little sad to see them beat down so much, but it's the right thing for them to do, so gotta do it. Alright. And then draw 2 per turn. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Reveal retreating jump so we don't have to discard. And then this goes away. Okay. I still don't think they can score Visitor Center. Well, draw 2. Ooh, that actually makes it more likely, I think. We're 5 energy out. They can shuffle 2. They'll shuffle needlework for sure. Not thread the needle. They just need points to have a shot. They can remove 3 energy for Dryad. Still need 6. Yeah, they can do that. Yeah, I think I've got a plan. They can either get a solo, or they can waste Gwen with Sunburst to uncover a Thorn Whip in phase 3. That obviously makes it possible that they can swing things potentially. That seems difficult. If they had 9, we're going to have at least 16. Yeah, we're going to have at least 16, so. Hmm. Score of 10 to 13 instead of 10 to 11. But, like, in all likelihood, we're going to have to score a couple more bases anyway. We got to hope for a 3-1, I guess. Or something with 1 or fewer in the second place for the sake of dolls. Or just have ways to kick off a doll so there's no point in jumping on. Yeah, I don't know. They can solo, or at least attempt to solo. The thing is, they could end up getting the worst of both worlds. if they have a doll, which they don't know that they don't. Uh, I think they have to play as they're just gonna have to play as if they can high roll, which means we do Wood Elf, bury a Dryad. Mm, does it have to be Wood Elf? I think it does, yeah. And then we can do Most Befuddling Thing. We can place a power counter on the Bigfoot. Well, we'll do the one of the threes, I guess. We'll do the Ghoul for some stalling, and then we get an extra character from Most Befuddling Thing, which will be Merlin, I guess. And Merlin can play Sword in the Stone to stall Ayers Rock even more. That implies that at some point we're going to be. Yeah, that implies at some point that we're going to be putting a minion on Ayers Rock, which seems unwise. Do we want to do Digitus Figitus now with Merlin? What do we get back? Uh, Wild Shapes? Meh. I kind of feel like it'd be better to get back Wild Guardian, which means we'd have to wait and probably not get the extra action from it. What's Merlin playing? We could bury Thornwhip or something, or we can do Sword in the Stone on Warcrafter's Workshop or something. I don't know. I don't know. Hmm. I'm gonna play Sword in the Stone, I guess. Is our strategy here to stall until we can somehow solo another base? Like, are we hoping for a 5 off the flop? I guess we kind of have to, huh? Because if we lose another base, we're done. Well, well, that's not necessarily true because they have 2 madness, right? They've got 2 madness. So, and we only have 1. Yeah. So if the score is 10 to 11, uh, well, no, that still doesn't work. Ayers Rock still doesn't work from that perspective because uh, if they win, the score would be 15 to 13, and then they still win after Madness, and they can just take Wishing Ring. Oh, Ayers Rock does work as a winning base from that perspective because Wishing Ring's available. Ooh. Huh. Maybe there's some hope for them yet then. Alright. Yeah, Merlin's gonna play Sword in the Stone there. I think they've got a path to victory. Knowing that Wishing Ring was there earlier. And Lucan would have just left the 2 on top. Uh, Although I'm supposing that next time Mortal Kombat can play a minion on Ayers Rock, they're going to get that Wishing Ring off the top to avoid that. Still a line to, still I think a good line to a possible line to victory, you know. All right, we'll score Visitor Center now, and we'll do Sunburst to uncover the Dryad and steal Sub-Zero. Do they have a doll? No, they don't. Okay, so that is an actual solo by some stroke of luck. Sub-Zero goes here. These go here. Sarpedon. Not a 5-pointer. Okay. Okay. Can these just score as rock? That seems hard. Yeah, I don't think they can. Uh, hmm. Scorpion can only move other players' minions. Not that that's, weak or anything, but still worth noting. Hmm. I don't think we necessarily need to bottom deck Wishing Ring, although I guess it would be good to make sure that it's not aligned to victory. But that does involve putting. Uh, can Sword in the Stone be. Sorry, can the Marvel Sword be played on anybody? That'd be really funny if it could. I don't think it's in our discard pile, though. Do they have tech knowledge? I don't think they do, right? I can just shuffle this up. Arthur, the Marvel Sword. You can put the Marvelous Sword in anybody. That's kind of funny. So they can pre-play it on a Mortal Kombat minion or one of their minions, and and just their minions get the +1. That's actually really funny. Huh. That's an extra. That's just a way to squeeze an extra power out of Marvelous Sword if Arthur's not present. It's funny. Anyway, I think I don't think we can score something yet. So maybe what we'll do is we'll secret unlock on Lucan, play some defense and some offense. Sure. I'm gonna do like Eternal Dancers on Sarpedon or something. Yeah. Okay. We'll do secret unlock, and then we'll do Eternal Dancers. Flip the coin. Tails. Play a monster. Okay. I think that's good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Retreating jump saves our hand size. What a card. Reptile doesn't count for power anymore. I don't think that. Hmm. I think our next avenue is Wood Elf, Bury a Thorn Whip, and Thorn Whip will drag over Gwen. Play Druidic Circle. Because it kind of feels at this point like they need to score 3 bases in a row, which is just not happening probably, but gotta do what they can. Yeah, there's no way that the madness is ever gonna matter. Yeah, I think we're just gonna do Druidic Circle, Wood Elf, Bury, Thornwhip. And then we get energy on Druidic Circle. Or we could do Sarpedon, honestly. And it kind of feels like Warcrafters is more consistent, though. But Sarpedon, I think they kind of have to play desperately. Oh, Yeah, okay. Other issue with this is breakpoint's easy to snipe. Yes, we're gonna do Warcrafters. Okay, that's it. Yeah. Okay. Reptiles active again. Let's think. We still don't have access to Blessed Banquet. Annoying. We do have signature move though, right? Do we have a signature move? We don't have a signature move. Go Isolde for Thread the Needle. -4. We can doll, cancel the return with Gwen, and do the swap. What does the swap accomplish? It's got to target the doll as well, so it would just be swap in action. And I feel like our actions are all like fine. We don't have jumping kick, so we can't move in. Oh, we do have a search move. Okay. Or we can not do the doll. Yeah, I don't think that works. Weird. They put something small on Warcrafters. Well, no, because we got a doll, so we don't need to worry about having presence. I think we just. Oh, when we played Reptile, we should have revealed stuff with Airs Rock. Sorry, that was the last turn. And then yeah, then we bottom deck Wishing Ring and leave the rest on top, I guess. Yeah. Okay, now we're back up to speed. Yeah, no jumping kick is annoying. Could we do something with Sarpedon? Play this here, do Thread the Needle, Doll turns it into an and, but we're gonna stitch on Paramore, so dances are a 6, and we can swap to a 5? Not that doesn't matter. Yeah, the minion swap and Paramore doesn't matter. Actually, do we have an Assault Energist card? Oh, we do. So it could matter. And we can store Thread the Needle. These get 5. We can swap it for Isolde again. We would have to flip a coin 2 times now. Do we have another? Yeah, we've got Snip Snip, but there's no other player's minion for us to choose with it. Oh, that actually doesn't work because doll has to. The targets have to be the doll if you swap it. If you double it up. Okay, hold on then. And this goes to discard. Maybe we are still waiting. This is weird because our actions in hand aren't useful. Hmm. We have to finish him so we can swap. Ghostly Paramore can swap for whatever action we want from our discard, but like there's nothing to swap with. It's all like trash. Maybe just put something down in Air's Rock then? I don't know. Feels like as soon as we get jumping kick, it's all over though, so. I'm just doing Scorpion instead. Dragon, the Wood Elf. Then we just need 5. This is. No. Signature move. Another player's menu, okay. But Scorpion could theoretically deactivate the stall on Sword in the Stone. But that's it. Directly affecting standard action. That doesn't directly affect. It just says it just uses the ability, so it doesn't affect the minions in any way. Ah. Man, so close. So close to just ending this turn. No, we can't though. Just put Kano down or something, or Sonya Blade. Sure. And we're gonna leave those treasures on top. Ooh, Blessed Banquet. Never mind, maybe? Maybe we're cooking with gas now? I think maybe we're cooking with gas now. Place a power counter on it. And play an extra minion with less power, and swap it with a minion with less power. So Reptile is going to swap with Isolde, and we still got another minion. Isolde will play Thread the Needle. We can place with the doll, turn it into an and, but we'll store it with Gwen to cancel the return. And then we still have an extra minion. Scorpion for the funsies. Okay. That's it, right? Yeah. Alright. Valiant attempt by Druids Sword in the Stone, but final score is 15 to 13, minus 1 for madness, so 13 to 14. And that closes out our first match. I mean, I guess it's not surprising that the 1 seed won, but again, Druids and Sword in the Stone put up a really good fight, and I think they showed that they did deserve to be here. All right, I hope you all enjoyed watching this, and I'll see you in the next match.